It's not a lake. It's a lake house.
Why, hello there. Ladies, gentlemen, and friends from beyond the binary. I'm over here. I'm extra small in the top right-hand corner. Hello, everybody. Welcome. The reply messages are impossible to read on the stream. They're so grey. Oh, God. Hold on. Let's see if this is something I can fix. One moment. One moment. No. Not right now. I'll look into it, though. I'll look into it. Hey! Ambrew, bring it in. I think we might be chatting with them again soon, so we'll see. Can we please get some love and chat for the lovely Ambrew? Thank you for the 5 months, buddy. Belatedly, thank you, Crash, for the 8, and Wuku for the 4. Welcome on in. At least we can see everyone now. Yeah, there we go. And I'm glad to see that YouTube is showing up in the chat feed, which is, yeah, cool. I like that. I like that. We've finally got there. So enjoy YouTube chat. It should mean I can now interact with you more than I ever could before. So yeah, sorry I'm slightly late. I took Luna out to the toilet and she just ran around like she'd never been outside before, and I couldn't get her back in. So yeah. Good morning, Tenno. Counting down the days till TennoCon. My Crisp High 5 cannot wait. I am looking forward to the Crisp High 5 awaiting me. Twitch chat is stinky. How dare you, August? Brian, hello there. Welcome. Or Bryant, should I say? Bryant, hello there. Inevitable Joyce, hello there. Rap Tap, Tiny Andy, hello there. Kayata, welcome. This is your PSA, guys, to go and change your profile pictures. I know a lot of people probably have never thought to update them. We can now see them. So if you've got like a cool profile picture that you want to use, throw it in there. So yeah, enjoy. If it gets abused, then of course I will have to disable it. So be good. Be good. Thank you. Hello there, Risque. But again, apologies if I cough still. Sinus infection is still very much here, and it is pissing me off. Risque, hello, Sand, hello, Crit, hello, August, Greybeard, hello there, Bumblebone, Inevitable Choice, Durthon, welcome, Dingowy Evil, hello there, Crash, Risque View, Vosif, Hiss, Lizard, Luke, Guru, Super Goji Man, Seeker Raylex, Princelet, Blizeria, Asik, Super Goji Man again, Sapphic, Music, hello there, Ibsen's Castle, Shadow Cross, hello there, Wuku, welcome on in, August underscore 97, hello, Alchemist, hello there, Shadow Cross, hello again. Yeah, enjoy, guys, enjoy, and look at your little profile pictures. Hello there, make some time, welcome. Dream Girly, hello, Johnny Weedy, hello there, Neon Phoenix, greetings, writers, actors, directors, siblings, aliens, chatters, and one Andy. Hello there, Neon Phoenix, how are you today? August, hello again over in the YouTube chat. Chin Chillin', hello there, thank you for the test post. Yeah, I'm super happy with it. Super happy with it. There'll be slight modifications made to make it maybe look better, but that's it for the time being. And it should show, and this isn't, you know, me trying to, you know, fish for subs or anything. It should show YouTube subs. It should show Twitch subs. It should show big emotes. You know, where like you can make an emote big and stuff. Like all of that should be supported if I've set it up correctly. So will it show furrets? No, the furret will still appear at the bottom of the screen. It might show BTTV emotes. Maybe. I think if you do like a Kekwa and a Kekla, they should appear. Yeah, there we go. Poldoge, it does work. Good. Thank you, Xaviax, for the big SEA. Thanks, buddy. There we go. At least now we know it works. Thanks, buddy. But yes, I think I've already seen a couple of... it was Lizzie? Shit. Sorry. Lizzie, sorry for stealing the valor there. So wait, that big alert there, is that from Hiss? Unk aim applies to chat names. We are all Xaviax. Oh god. Oh god. Well, hopefully I've set it up correctly and it's all working. The big Gigapog. Okay, good. Thank you, Hiss. I appreciate that. Anyway. Greybeard, hello there on the YouTube, welcome. If you have a few layout tweaks, this chat isn't so bad. Mostly the Enhancer plugin fixes all of my issues. Hello there, belatedly, how are you today? Jumping Spirit, hello, glad to see that your PoE League is going way better than mine. Jumping Spirit, I did re-roll last night, and I don't think it worked out in the way I'd hoped it would. I'm now playing Elemental Hit of... It's the one transfigured version of Elemental Hit. It's okay. It's okay. I've just re-rolled my Atlas passive tree into Breach, which, if you do not play Path of Exile, what I just said may as well have been Egyptian hieroglyphics, but yes, it's going well. Citizen number 7, hello there, Citizen. How are you today? Lovely to see you. Crit, hello again. Xaviax, hello. Tosha, hello there. Ike, welcome on in. Hello, everyone. Hello. Finally unmuted. Hello, Okami Wolf. Hello there. Whoa, what the heck? Crash, welcome. How are you today? Everyone reply to hiss to test it. No. My home internet is down at the moment, so I'm currently enjoying streaming 360p. I have no idea what any of that means, but I'm happy for you, or sorry that happened. Thank you. Egyptian hieroglyphics, famous for having audible sounds. Xaviax, that's the joke. For symmetry, we can't all be Xaviaxes. We have to be, say, sex Xaviaxes. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's certainly something. I just wished myself you did Xaviax, but it's okay. It's okay. Good morning, Tenno. Again, Myla, hello there. Oh, I can feel a sneeze coming. I'm now grappling with a sinus infection and the beginning of hay fever. Yeah, cool. It's not a nice combination, I'll be honest with you. The pollen count in my area is giga today. It is big. So I think me just going outside and taking Luna to the toilet, I've inhaled a lot of pollen. Good times. So, people order up baddies. Hello, people. How are you today, sir? Did you end up downloading any of the full game versions of the demos you played during Steam Next Fest? And the same applies to others in chat, you know, you guys as well, not just people. Did anyone else download any games after having played the demo during Steam Next Fest? Out of curiosity, if it weren't for the fact that I am hopelessly addicted to this little game known as Path of Exile, I probably would have played a couple of them a little bit more, but yeah, I'm playing PoE now and there's no stopping me. I'm counting down how many days we've been running into shelter during the day and night. Kaseni girl, hello there. How are you today? Hopefully all is well. In before Sign does something profane? No, Sign's cheeky, but I don't think Sign would go as far as to, you know, ruin a good thing. Sign's a very nice chap. Good morning, Andy. Sorry for the... I'm not even going to read the rest. Solaris, there's no need to apologize. You're all good. You're all good. I've been Kaneki on Twitch for a decade now. Not going to change anytime soon. I respect it. I've noticed that my chatbot is using a really old profile picture. Nightbot D20 is using my original Twitch icon from like 2019, which is quite surreal. Yeah. Penyuan, hello there, greetings. How are you today? Testing YouTube profile pic. It's a cat with a bugle. Fantastic, Ibsen. Cold's been way easier for me since I found out I'm allergic to Tylenol. Just over here, microdosing anaphylaxis. Okay. I've just got a horrible hay fever problem. That's my issue. So I now need to be taking medicine for that. So good times. I've had a sinus infection since last Wednesday. Bumblebone, I'm so sorry. Like, I wake up every morning and I just cannot breathe, and it's awful. I hate it. So yeah, I might have to go BRB probably once every hour very quickly just to, you know, cleanse my sinuses. I'm really hoping I'm coming to the end of it though, because, you know, as I just said, I've been waking up every morning and I can't breathe. Today, I can breathe. So, you know, slow but sure and steady progress. So we'll get there. We'll get there. Anyway, Alchemist, hello there. Inevitable Choice, hello there. It's awesome seeing both chats at the same time. Isn't it just? Isn't it just? For those of you who maybe aren't on the YouTube and haven't seen, I had some pretty big news over on the YouTube recently. Of course, we had the wonderful interview with the lovely Rebecca Ford and Megan Everett, but also we crossed over the 20,000 subscriber threshold. And we are zoning in, slowly but surely, on 10,000 followers on Twitch. Which, yeah, that's been a long, arduous journey. When you consider we've gone from like 0 to 20,000 on YouTube in 4 months, and I've gone to 9,600 on Twitch in 7 years. So kind of really does show you how meteoric it's been over the past 4 months, doesn't it? I've doubled my Twitch count in like a fraction of the time it's taken for me to build whatever we've got here on Twitch. So yeah, I've really debated long and hard about what I'm gonna do with YouTube live streams, whether I would move them away from the existing channel onto a separate channel, because, you know, I know a lot of people came in for the Warframe, and do I want to focus on that more? I think and again, this might not be 100%, I'm 99% sure this is the direction I'm going to go, but I think we're going to keep the live streams over here on the YouTube channel. Ultimately, you know, they're a different vibe, of course they are, because I'm interacting with people in a live chat room, and, you know, it's a live entertainment thing, but it's still at its core the same type of playthrough I'm trying to make happen. You know, we're trying to do the lore focused stuff, and we're trying to take the notes, so it's sort of under that same umbrella. Will that change in the future? Who knows? Who knows? It might not, but yeah, right now that's where I'm gonna stick. Since we last spoke, the butter chicken came out amazing, people. Very nice, very nice. I had an awful, and I mean, what I'm about to say, you're gonna go, yeah, of course it's gonna be awful. I had an awful ready meal of a butter chicken the other day, and it was just nasty, absolutely nasty. I don't know why I convinced myself to get it. Mrs. D20 is not big into curry. So, like, you know, it's not something I can prepare a big batch of, because then I know she's not going to like it. So it's hard for me to find the opportunity to make it. So, yeah, I need to get on that. I saw that you own Remake on Steam. Which one? Hiss? Resi 2? Resi 4? What are we talking here? The original Resident Evil 1? Oh, really? Do I? I'm not checking. I did. Library. Resident. I own Resident Evil. Resident Evil 0. Resident Evil 2 one-shot demo. Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 5. Resident Evil 6. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Resident Evil RE-Verse. Resident Evil Village. And Resident Evil 6 Benchmark Tool. I played Village 5 years ago? It's been half a decade since... Oh my god, no wonder I can't remember it. It's been 5 years? That has kind of messed me up a little bit. Shit. What? Did we step into like a time machine? Are we like Mr. Warland Door? The Resi 6 benchmark tool is the best in the series. That is sickening. That is sickening. Wow. And Resi 7 was played the same week as Resi 8, so... Yeah, Jumping Spirit, time flies when we're not having fun. Yeah. Is Village one of the tall lady people fond of? Yeah, it's Lady Dimitrescu, I think is how you pronounce her name, but yes. Big strong lady. That's the one. Andy, can you play American Arcadia? I think you'll enjoy it, especially if you watch The Truman Show. I've never heard of American Arcadia, Brian. I'm all ears, though. I do like The Truman Show. Any teasers or plans for future YouTube videos, Warframe related or not? Not at the moment, Jumping Spirit. I'm working on my Warframe video. There's sort of like... kind of like a review, but not... Like, I'm not going to end the video like an IGN video and go, this is a 7 out of 10, too much water.
Share your 56-month steak, and I began to wonder, is a 56-month aged steak a good thing, and if so, would I share one if I had one?
I reckon, is it Guga? I think is the guy's name on YouTube. He does so many sorts of dry-aged steaks. I would not be surprised if there is a video out there. Is it Guga Gotten? Have I gotten that wrong? I'm not. I think it's him. I think that's his name. Yes, okay, yes, Guga, yeah. Maybe he's got a video out there where he's eating a 56-month aged steak. Yang, lovely to see you, buddy. Can we please get some love and chat for the lovely Yang? Lovely to see you, buddy. And Moi, or Moi, thank you very much for the 15 stream streak. Awesome. Awesome. I might need to forward one of my lovely moderators like a crisp £5 note to test out the YouTube integration. If anyone's watching on YouTube and you got like, I don't know, £5 burning a hole in your pocket, consider subscribing, joining the knighthood over on YouTube. I'm curious to see if it will pop up in the chat. But again, not to pressure anybody. But if you got it, let me know, because I want to make sure I've connected it properly, and I'm dreading the fact that it's not going to work. Series playthrough when? What, of Resi? I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm busy. Have you seen what I've got going on this year?
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Catalano _.
Hey, Sapphic Music, thank you for gifting a sub to Catalana. Doesn't that look good in the chat? Like, look at the purple blob. Doesn't that look sick? Oh, I love it. I love it. I really, really like it. Anyway, Sapphic Music, thank you very much. I would love to do a Resi playthrough, but again, like, there's so much else that we're currently doing. For those of you who maybe don't know the current schedule...
Alchemist 7777 gifted a tier 1 sub to Imite Haven.
Welcome on in. I might have BPD. Good to see you. Good to see you, Alchemist. Thank you, Alchemist. I was just going to say... The current plan is to finish the Alan Wake 2 DLC, and then we're going to dive on in to Trails in the Sky first chapter. Following Trails in the Sky first chapter, August has resubscribed on YouTube, but it's not popped up in the chat. Okay, that's annoying. Thank you, August, for testing that. Shit. Okay. Well, that is annoying. August, thank you for testing that. I owe you. Thanks, buddy. Hopefully I can fix... I want my money back. It's too late. I've spent it. Sorry. What was I going to say? Yes, Trails in the Sky first chapter. And then I'm hoping by the time we've wrapped Trails... it should be time for Final Fantasy's 7.5 patch, which will be the preamble to whatever the next expansion is. So that gives us at least a month's break from Gotten, a month's break from Ipsen, a month's break from Luke, which, God, I cannot wait for that. That's going to be so nice. I cannot wait. And then after that, they're probably going to come back because I've got Bioshock. We're going to play Bioshock 1, so... yeah. I'm going to likely have to skip Trails since I want to play it, but I'm going to be so busy with Pokopia. Oh, this is awful. This is absolutely awful. Xaviax, I might have to not play Trails. I don't know if I can deal with not having you around for like a month. Yeah. All right, we'll postpone that. We'll postpone that. Just for Xaviax. Don't betray sign like that. Anyway, sorry. Let me catch up here. People, hello there again. I've been wanting to play Resident Evil, but I don't think I can get over the tank controls of the first game. Having never played the first one, I've got no idea what control system it has, but if it is tank controls, I understand. Cat, hello there belatedly. How are you? Bumblebone, thank you for the 50 stream streak. Look at that big purple blob in the chat. Doesn't that look cool? So slick. So oh! Lazeria! It does work! Lazeria, thank you for the YouTube membership! Yes! Don't you love it when a okay, don't spam congratulations. Okay, it's gone. Lazeria. Yes! This is good. This is great. Lazeria, thank you very much for joining the knighthood over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyway, I think I'm more or less caught up. I've probably missed a lot of messages, and if I have, I don't know. Blame Ike, because Ike is in a meeting, and Ike won't hear me say that it's their fault. So, anyway. I know, NT, that's not on me, though. I think that's the integration. I don't think I can fix that. Rip Lizzie? What happened to Lizzie? Does this work too? What happened to Lizzie? F Lizzie? What happened? Oh, did it not work? Lizzie, did you highlight your message and it didn't work? I'm so sorry. The chat effect didn't display. I'm not even looking at anything gotten. I'm in my own little world at the moment. Sorry, Lizzie. Again, I blame Ike because Ike is not technically here right now. Cool. Well, guys, I think it might be time to play some Alan Wake 2. What do we say? By the way, I know a few of you have noticed. Oh, double ferret. Whoa! That should be 500 bits. Hey, cough up. You can't have two. I'm kidding. And again. That's another 500. That's another 500. How dare you, Alchemist? You're robbing me blind right now. How come? Hold on. Why are there purple thing? Are you? Thank you very much, belatedly, Alchemist and Yofel, for the multiple ferrets. I greatly appreciate it. I think the reason the purple things are appearing over here is because I've not updated that chat client properly. I can fix that. Boop, boop, boop. Thank you very much, Alchemist. Okay, I think I'm more or less caught up. Guys, it is time. Wait. Did we decide to watch... Oh, God. Gotten DM me, and all I've been able to think about is skips. Gotten... do the lake house last. So we're watching the video. Hop on the first and let the playlist play out until the true ending. Yes. Yes. Okay. Oh, all right. Bear with me here. So let's go over the gameplay. Hello, chat. It's me, NDD20. Let me go over to here. Andy, listen to Gotten. Do I have to? Do I have to? I really don't want to. Like, really don't want to. Alright. What's he said? Here's August, help. We've all agreed in spoiler chat you should watch the final draft now and do the Lake House live. I'm on it! I'm on it, young man. God. Get a load of this guy. Okay, I think it's on autoplay. I'm in the playlist that you've sent me. Let me see. Shuffle playlist, loop playlist. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Hold on. We're cooking up a storm. We're cooking up a storm real slowly. Back to the beginning. Okay. If I do that, and then if I do this, and I do this, and I do this, and a little bit of that, and then a little bit of this. With the memory of the past loop already back to the beginning. Hit shuffle? Already fading fast. Imagine hitting shuffle on this. I know there's hope. We're not doomed to repeat our failures in an eternal loop. This is a spiral. I can't make the sound go any louder. This is it now.
A fictional poet once said, "Beyond the shadow you settle for, there is a miracle illuminated. I will not settle for a shadow."
So we saw this yesterday, at the beginning of the second play. You want me to go full screen? I can go full screen. Yeah, if you want.
It's not just victims and monsters. I see now there are heroes as well. We can find our way through the darkness. We will break through the surface. We will emerge into the light.
It's playing the next video. Saga Anderson's Deja Vu. Ooh.
Saga bent down to inspect the body on the table. Somehow it felt familiar. The straps, the heart, the mutilated corpse laying on the rain-soaked wood. Like deja vu. She chased the source of the feeling. Found nothing. None of the victims from her past cases resembled this one. It didn't feel like anything from her past. More like something from a dream. From a life she could barely remember. Maybe one that wasn't even hers. Then the feeling passed. Like a shadow in the trees shifting with the wind.
Okay.
Saga blinked, shook the feeling from her head. She turned her focus back on the work. There was a lot to do. Casey and the deputy were watching her. She had a feeling this would be an exciting case.
Okay. Do we know how many additional pages and manuscripts there are? Oh, another one! There's 6 additional ones. Okay. Dark Poem 1.
The writer of the first word, not the writer of the last. With the terror of the light and the shadow cast. The third eye now open to project the night. This is the moment to write. This is the ritual to lead you on.
Yes.
Your friends will meet him when you are gone.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Time is broken here. Maybe time never worked the way we think it does. It loops around, and yet it goes forward. A spiral. I thought
A spiral.
remnants of the earlier loops, earlier drafts of my writing. Murder sites that I had left clues, mementos for myself to guide me on, but maybe that's only part of it. If telling this not a straight line, then there are loops beyond these loops.
Oh.
There's complex superstructures beyond what's happening to me now, ahead of me. And I'm there as well, a version of me, something. I have become some elevated, enlightened version, an archon, a demiurge, a demon of some sort playing a secret game.
Oh, this is sick.
A deus ex machina pushing me there. I hate the idea of crazy, intrusive thought. And yet, no crazier than anything else here.
Okay, that's the best one so far. A demiurge. Vast megastructures laying beyond him. And think about what we saw at the end of Timebreaker, the third act of that DLC we did yesterday with Night Springs.
Hello?
Alan Wake,
Yes.
do you know who I am?
No? Who is this?
We'll get to that later. There are spies all over. Shadows.
Oh,
A sense of deja vu washed over me.
there we go, there we go.
Had I had this conversation before?
Alan,
Okay, that is
listen to me
genuinely
carefully.
sick.
Caldera Street Station, the subway. You need to go there. I'll call you again later. Make sure to pick up.
Do I know you? I know you from somewhere.
You've just forgotten again. We're in it together. Don't worry. I got you now. We've been working great.
I'm losing you. Hello?
Oh my
Hello?
god. This was in the first playthrough, but Alan realizing that he's had the conversation before is new. Because we're forwards in the spiral, right? The replay of the game, the second playthrough, the final draft, is slightly further on in the spiral of the timeline of the game, right? Like the King in Yellow, right? Time is a flat circle. A paradox. Spark of light photo. Sorry, we can't take you seriously right now? What is happening?
Alice. What was that? Like a ray of warm light, I felt her presence. It gave me strength to go on.
Oh, hell yeah. End your camera? I don't... It's fine on my end. Night Springs intro. Ah!
Good evening.
Good evening.
A writer trapped in a dream world attempts to write a story to shape reality around him and escape. He is beset by visions leaking in from realities beyond his own. He uses those visions as inspiration for his stories, in hopes of giving them power to make them come true. Us, Hidden Few, know that ultimately he will succeed. But before that, many of his stories collapse back into the stuff that dreams are made of, to remain as they began.
Works of fiction.
And yet, maybe there is a gleam of truth to be unearthed from these tales. A rare glimpse into the unseen realities beyond our own, offering us intriguing avenues of contemplation as they transpire in Night Springs.
Hell yeah. Is there a way to track the Signal's Dr. Darling video? Hold on. A Dr. Darling video? Ah! Stop reading the titles. Oh, sorry.
This is Dr. Casper Darling, formerly of the Federal Bureau of Control.
No! Come on.
I think the signal is coming through now. Are you receiving me?
I'm receiving you.
Something shifted. The previously observed interference disrupting my broadcast has gone. Fluctuation in gravitational forces. Either something moved out of the way or my relative position to it changed. But the alignment or the condition of this whole plane spiraled to a more favorable position. The ordinary rules of reality do not apply here. The best I can describe this place is a dreamscape.
A dreamscape.
But who's the dreamer? And how do you wake up from this dream? I've been taking readings with the limited equipment I've been able to secure. Some riveting data accumulating. Hypotheses taking shape. My struggle with this is that the way this place works makes any hypothesis immediately come back to alter and contaminate the data.
This is so cool.
Anyway.
Is replaying the game canon? I believe so. Like whatever they do next with the
Frequencies from the background radiation ambient noise.
the Remedyverse will no doubt be a continuation of this.
Let's see what happens.
I can hear Alan.
I was caught in a loop.
Oh!
The dark depths I got, peeling off the layers of the dark place, like the ocean zones, from twilight to midnight, to abyssal to the deepest trenches. The closer I'm going out, peeling off my...
This voice, the narration,
from twilight to midnight, to abyssal to
keeps going forever.
This is honestly sick.
This leads me to believe it's what's holding this place together. It's making it real. Is this the voice of the dreamer? What's strange is it sounds a little bit like my voice.
Okay, before we continue, notes. Yes. Okay. So something we've learned here then, if we go to Dr. Casper Darling, he is no longer with the FBC. No longer with the FBC, seemingly gone rogue and operating on his, or by his lonesome. He has been able to locate Alan Wake and hone in on a signal which allows him to hear Alan, understanding that he is the dreamer. One of the intro pieces to he was gone in control, but the idea that he is now formally FBC is new information. Like, he may have disappeared, but was still somewhere within the Bureau acting on his own volition. But this is him, you know, saying he's gone. Like, he's left them. Like, him disappearing does not equal leaving the FBC. Unless you guys have concrete evidence that when he disappeared, it was under the guise of he's left the FBC permanently. Absent without leave or fired or left type of situation? Kind of, yeah. Like, there's a million different, well, not a million. There's dozens of different, you know, ideas you can have of, where's he gone? Has he left because of a misunderstanding? Is he on sick leave? Whatever. So, to me, that's brand new information. We know he was gone, but he hadn't left formally. Andy, say hello to me. Hello to me.
A bullet of light to push the darkness away.
These were Alice's photos. I recognized the style.
My wife.
One showed the clicker sinking into darkness. The other showed a light in the shape of a bullet. They were important, even if I didn't know what to do with them yet.
Yeah, we're watching videos. I know a couple people were like, I can't hear in my left ear. But I'm not going to name and shame whoever's uploaded these videos, but they've rendered them in such a way that the audio isn't perfectly centered, right?
Time as a linear construct does not apply to this place. I mean, is it because I never truly believed that was time's true nature and this place is reacting to my thoughts, or some other more fundamental reason? I don't know. That said, to the best of my calculations, subjectively, this is my day.
Hey, there it is. I want that to be an emote.
665.
Like that. That's quite cute.
That's a long time. I have explored every conceivable avenue of research, exhausted every scientific method.
Is the main base and control still isolated from the world?
It's all dead ends.
What, the oldest house?
I feel like
With no reason to believe
something else.
it isn't.
Something else entirely. Some mad, creative mindset to help me. Not a scientist, an artist. This is a place for an artist. Oh.
Who? Oh! What?
Darling, Dr. Casper Darling, it is so good to meet you. Well, hello, darling. I'm Tom. Tom Zay. Have we met? You look familiar. Well, you sound familiar. Hold on. You work out a lot, don't you? I mean, look at you. You're swole. Well,
Holy shit.
You wouldn't happen to know a way out of here, would you? A drink? Oh, cheers. Keep it. You know what? You and I, we should join forces. Come up with a plan for escape. Art and science combine to form an unstoppable force. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes!
We have to start to methodically test and eliminate various Works of art within the bounds of which you could wildly improve.
Guys, that is huge. That is genuinely huge. Tom Zane became Thomas Zane, a Finnish filmmaker, right? But he is known as Tom Zane. It's a thing. But after the events of Act 3 of the Night Springs DLC, where in the comic strip featuring Tim, well, it wasn't Tim. It was a version of Tim. No, it was Tim. We know they're Breaker. I don't know if we know their first names too. Anyway, Tim Breaker and Jesse Faden, but not Jesse. Versions of them, multiversal versions of them, talk about how there are multiversal versions of other people, right, who interact with Sean. And what was Jesse's name? Not Jesse. I was gonna say like Lisa or something. I don't think it's Lisa. There was the agent, yes, but then he married. Was it Lisa? Or Sarah? It was Lisa. God, look, I can't remember. I'm impressed. Anyway, the point I was going to make is that there are these, you know, seemingly infinite multiversal versions of people, and in the example shown when they were talking about multiversal entities, they showed Tom Zane, Alan Wake, and I thought it was Mr. Scratch because he looked rather feral, the one on the left. But anyway, we've long wondered about whether or not maybe Tom had made Alan or Alan had made Tom. I do feel like it is a case of we are interacting with a nearby multiverse through the barrier. And I think the barrier here, I think the Dark Place is a world between worlds. The Dark Place is literally like this amorphous place outside of existence itself, which is why time flows bizarrely there. And the Dark Place is sort of like this switchboard for how you access other worlds, right? And I think you can look at maybe the Ocean View Motel in Control as being somewhere within the Dark Place, is my guess, right? I think the Ocean View Motel is, to a degree, a place within the Dark Place, which has been not created, but stabilized maybe by the Federal Bureau of Control. Meg, 20 weeks. No, it can maybe take a day, I've heard, depending on how much I yap. So yeah, I feel like the Ocean View Motel is a place within the Dark Place that they've been able to sort of stabilize. Anyway, let's keep going for now. There's more. You definitely won't finish it today. I mean, Gotten, when I said I might wrap up all of the Remedyverse by the end of March, you said Kekwa, no way. Kekwa or something. I don't know. It's the 10th. We've got plenty of time. Neon Phoenix, exactly like that. Was that including a second playthrough? Yeah, maybe. Maybe, but let's not focus on the facts,
Lost
okay?
on the shore between the forest and the ocean, the owl and the deer reflected in motion.
Oh.
In his room, he will hurt her. In hers, he is caught. His story ends. Her story does not. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone.
Something I forgot to make a note of is Alan earlier described himself as having become a demiurge. Like an enlightened being. So if we actually go to the Alan document, and I'll put up here Alan Wake 2 DLC. Alan, after the events of Alan Wake 2's base game, talks about how he sees... I really wish I could go and get a direct quote. Maybe we'll get it in a second. Mega structures beyond his view. He also describes... can't type, how he has become this higher being, a demiurge. What role might he play, given his new form and powers, in the future of the Remedy verse? Okay. Back to the video. It makes me think of the webway with the dark place being the warp encroaching on it. That sounds just like Gotten. That was uncanny. I love that first thing that he wrote was he's a writer. We're so far from that now. Yeah, I mean, he is a god, right? Breakthrough in the lake house.
Dr. Jules Marmont sprinted down the corridor. His lab coat fluttered after him. Red lights flashed on the walls. Sirens screamed. Marmont couldn't stop smiling. It was his experiment that had triggered the alarms.
Oh no.
In his world, alarms meant progress. This could be the
Safik, have a
breakthrough
lovely
he'd been
day.
waiting for.
Thank you for being
He
here.
would be the one to get his name in the annals of FBC history. Not as White Diana. Not Darling, that smirking asshole.
Hey.
At the far end of the corridor, the lights suddenly blinked out. The red lights went dark with increasing speed. A wall of darkness rushing toward him. The alarms warbled and died. Marmont stopped in his tracks. He admired the purity of the darkness as it swallowed him. A final spark of pride flashed through his mind. This was his work. His breakthrough.
Ooh. Well, that has me very excited to begin the lake house soon. What's this? Dark poem number 3. Alchemist, have a lovely day. We'll see you soon.
And sink deeper. Night springs when bright falls for this sleeper. The surface disturbed, the reflection now a traitor. In the cavity of the skull, turned to a crater. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone.
Nice. Hello?
Hey, where are my chimes?
All right, we're getting to the end. We're nearly at the new ending. I'll wait. You know, I'll tell you now. My opinion on the base game ending is, again, it felt like a whimper. And I get that there's a need to, and again, I'm saying this now because I'm ready to have my expectations, you know, changed, and for my opinion on the game and the ending to also change with it. But it went out with a whimper and not a bang. And after what was a pretty, you know, fun ride through Alan Wake 2, it did feel just a little bit, I don't know, lackluster to me in many ways. So I'm hoping that whatever the true ending is carries with it a weight, a punch that befits the game, because I really feel like it was a disservice, personally speaking. Right? Like the whole game, as I said yesterday, was riding at like an 8.5, 9, like really high up for me. It ending like a horror movie, I mean, you can take that in multiple ways, right? Like, should a video game that has some horror, you know, influences end like a horror movie? And if it does, is that a positive? I would say no, but I get for some people it is a positive. I don't think it is. Like, it's a different type of art form. It's a different media completely. And while, yeah, there were horror elements to the game, like, it wasn't a horror film. Like, it's this thriller. It's a detective drama, right? going as far as to give it like a stereotypical, 6 out of 10 horror movie ending. Yeah, it's I don't like it, quite frankly.
The lake was a black mirror. The upside-down reflection identical yet darker. A window into a darker world than ours. A doorway. A hush so profound it rang like a scream. As if the last echo of the terror had just died.
I will say, like, big problems for me. I think the final boss fight, the encounter, not that the game, I think, should be judged on the merit of its combat, to me was shit. I mean that. The bit before that, where the old gods of Asgard are playing on top of the roof of the van, amazing. But then it's like, oh, we need to lead Scratch into this enclosed container. We're not going to preemptively aim the lights at it. You're going to have to manually turn those. It felt really just quite clunky and not enjoyable, right? Like, that was not good to me. And then, of course, you get this moment where the old gods of Asgard sink down into the Cauldron Lake, and that's meant to be a cliffhanger, which I'm hoping we get an answer for in this true ending. But it felt like they hit you with all these little cliffhangers at the end, and I thought some of these, I think we're warranted some answers for at least a couple of these. Like, sure, yes, have some cliffhangers. Storytelling 101, you can't just have none. You got to have some, to keep people on the thread. But it just felt like I got slapped around the face, and they were like, come back for part 2 in 7 years. Then you'll get some answers for you. That's just,
Inside the steep cliffs of the caldera,
We'll see.
Echoed. An echo chamber, like a fractured skull.
Just the body, I agree with you.
On Cauldron Lake, something of impossible scale loomed over it, blocking the sky. Ati, the janitor, leaned close, took a hold of the rim of the crater, lifted up his janitor's bucket. The water sloshed, swirled inside like a vortex. Gently humming a tango, he poured the water on the attic floor.
Okay.
We were afraid we'd miss you again. So good to see you.
Thorin Odin in the dark place? Okay.
Glad we caught you, kiddo. We missed you first time around.
First time?
We've been performing on Door's show. We finally buried the hatchet.
I haven't buried shit, bro. We're just helping Tom.
Time for a dip in the fountain. I'm leaving the dark place. Come with me.
Our time back there is done.
Ooh.
You got this, dear Saga. Adi has set up a puddle for you to swim out of. Once more with feeling.
I wish we'd gotten more time together.
This isn't goodbye, kiddo. Tom told us not to say anything about what's coming, but we'll see each other again.
That's it. Like that is a beautiful bandage over the cut on my arm. That is what I needed. Yes. Oh, it upsets me. Why was that gated and behind a second playthrough? Like a 1-minute cutscene? I'd have loved that in the base game.
Alan?
To quickly talk about it, right? And I'm in a bit of a weird spot here because it's an argument which is kind of like, I don't feel so strongly about it that I'd go to bat for it or anything, but like I get the idea that thematically, narratively, it makes some sense that playing the game again through the lens of it's a spiral, you get these new things added. Yeah, that's cool. I genuinely like that. Like, now that I've had time to think about it and I've really thought about, the second playthrough stuff, and should there have been more differences and more fourth wall breaks of, wait, I've done this before? Yeah, I'd say so. You got to think, we've watched maybe 10 minutes of additional content. in the entirety of a second playthrough. And yeah, there's 3 minutes more. I've just seen this is going to be 3 minutes. Just that moment there with Tor and Odin saying one, and you know, well, let's go make a note of it. Let's be, you know, maybe I'll make a new note and we'll call this AW2 DLC notes. Tor and Odin decided to stay behind in the dark place. Will they strike up an allegiance with... Well, no. They have seemingly struck up an allegiance with Tom Zane, who we know is now working alongside Dr. Casper Darling. What could the four of them be getting up to in the dark place? ... question mark. It has been noted by Tor and Odin that there is a plan in place as dictated by Thomas Zane, who explicitly told them to not tell Saga Anderson what the future held for her and them. Is there potential for them to further ally with Tim Breaker and perhaps I wouldn't, you know what, I think Tim being in the dark place and Jesse being in the material world makes sense. Possibly. So, is there potential for them to further ally with Tim Breaker, who we know is in the dark place? This could then act as a potential bridge between him and Jesse in the future. We know that they and their multiversal twins are bound together by some ephemeral cosmic force. But this alone, just like having a conclusion to the Tor and Odin arc, has done so much to make me feel better about the situation. And yeah, I do feel like on paper, you know, the idea that, hey, we're going to add new content in for a second playthrough, and again, through the lens of it's a spiral, and that's how the narrative and time progresses here. Sure. I get it. The burying the hatchet was in reference to door? Tor and Odin buried the hatchet with Scratch? Yeah, it was a door. Sorry, let me scroll up. See what's going on up here. Gameplay should be more, in my opinion, more like DLC 1, just more lighthearted and fun too. It's not DLC, it's Final Draft. Well, I would say the Final Draft is... it's a tricky one because, yeah, it is like New Game Plus, but it was still added in post, right? Like it was DLC, which was shadow dropped at the Game Awards, what, a month after the game came out? I think it is DLC but free. Yes. This man didn't want to replay Slay the Princess. I stand by that. On the first time around, I figured they went into the water to complete the loop where they help Alan with the musical. That was my understanding too. But then due to the nature of how time works in the dark place, like not having a conclusive, I don't know, understanding of what happened to them did rub me the wrong way ever so slightly. It's a nitpick, certainly, but I agree that the Final Draft should have come with the base game. I think the only other thing I would say, maybe, of the Final Draft, and this is going to be contentious, and I understand it will be, but I wonder if there would have been a potential for them to have given you a slimmed down version had you wanted to. Like final draft, but it sort of flashes through the new content. I imagine that probably wouldn't have been feasible. But like for me, I'd love that. As a way to have like briefly gone back into the game and experienced these moments of deja vu and to read all of the content in the game without having to go to YouTube. And I think there is a precedent for people wanting that. Because dare I say, when I spoke about this, the majority of people in chat who played Alan Wake 2 said that they watched YouTube videos. I think the majority of people, and I know we've got a small demographic here, the sample size isn't big, but the majority of people who played through Alan Wake 2 didn't play the game again. Instead, they went to YouTube to find out what they missed. And I think in a situation like that, that sort of is pointing towards there maybe being, not necessarily a problem, but a need to have had something like that in the game. I think that what would have sold me is the playable characters being aware of this being a replay from the start and sticking with that the whole time. If we're going to make a replay necessary, I think the plot should acknowledge it outright, but that also means more work. That's the problem, right? I agree with you, Greybeard. In a dream world, yes, I'd love that. But considering everything that I've learned of their money problems at Remedy, and this is mainly just through, you know, us chatting and yapping about it in stream chat, the idea that they'd be able to find the budget to do something as big as that, I get that's probably a bit outside of the scope. So it just goes against what they were trying to do, I think. Like, that's a very video gamey thing, whereas this is meant to be, haha, you were on the second to last twist of the spiral, now you head for the center. The experience would be mostly the same, just having moved forward. I am for the slimmed down version because, and I'm getting repetitive here, I admit, the gameplay does not support a full-on playthrough. I agree, Sign. I agree. And I feel like... So Lexi's beaten me to it. Sorry, I'm getting my sinus problems. Lexi says, I think a lot of people did all of the collectibles, lunch boxes, and cult caches the first time around, which also would make it more exhausting. Yes, same. Like, for me... I mean, look, yeah, you can look at my notes. If we go over here and click on Alan Wake 2... we've got so many notes in here, which, you know, we made throughout the playthrough. We were so thorough in what we were doing. The idea of playing the game again is, you know how people will sometimes read a book and they will get like post-it notes and put it on the page to, you know, denote important moments. Like, oh, this character died on this page. On this page, the prophecy was foretold about something which may happen in the future. When people really take their time to appreciate a piece of media, I feel like I did that. So for me, the idea of playing the game again when I'd already been thorough, you know, is a little bit off-putting. I get that it's probably not going to be the same for everybody, though. Anyway, I digress. I do think that what's happened here with Tor and Odin, great. I really like that. I really like that added bit of dialogue. It's something so small. The clip was 1 minute long, but it added so much. Just knowing that Thomas Zane has a plan, and it has been written, it has been manifested through some sort of art form, is sick. Like, that's cool. And that they're allied with him. Chat is freaky. Why streamers freaking out about true ending? I don't think you'd like that dialogue as much if it was after 3 hours. I mean, Sign. It would have been after maybe 10. So, yeah, I wouldn't have done. That's exactly it, right? But here's the thing. The thing is, it kind of does, just the player and Alan doesn't know. You realize more hints as you replay and get confused if some stuff is new or not. I certainly was, but also there's a further point to Alan not remembering which that's how he keeps writing. If he knew, he'd stop until he forgot again. Again, I think it depends on how your first playthrough went. Right? And this is where it's going to get really specific to the individual and how they played through the game. Because of our thoroughness, I think we kind of... There was a couple moments of like, whoa, weren't expecting that. But for the most part, we, not me, I'm not going to sit here and, you know, rub my ego and pretend I know everything, but we, I would say, were pretty sure and collectively agreed that certain things were going to happen. Like, we could tell that the Cult of the Tree was being run by the Koskela brothers. That was pretty heavily foreshadowed. So when that revelation came, it wasn't, whoa, what? No way. It was, there it is, you know? So me going through that again and reaching that moment of, these guys are leading, is like, oh, yeah, okay, we knew that. Do you know what I mean? There wasn't many moments in the game which had me properly like, oh, wow, that was so far away from anything I could have ever possibly had imagined. Yeah, that did happen on occasion, but never to the point where I feel like a second playthrough would blow my mind. Mulligan getting spoiled was definitely because of the thoroughness. Mulligan's a cult member? Would you have been surprised better if you didn't investigate side notes? Probably not, no. Probably not. Hey, Dawn, very good. Hope you have a lovely day, Dawn. Thank you for sharing that with us. It does feel like the cult thing is a bit more, yeah, we'll make it seem easy, but the twist is actually that they were the good guys protecting the town. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Maybe they weren't expecting the player to analyze every detail. See, this is where it gets tricky, right? Because one of the core parts of the game is analyzing every detail, right? Like, I'm doing my little thing in my Obsidian document. But the very nature of Saga and her mind place is to extract as much information from every little thing as possible. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got a whole in-game corkboard built around navigating and extracting as much info as possible. So, I hurt my back yesterday bending over hurts, got late to work. Take the day off, Judge, play some PoE. As a developer, they should know most people barely read. Well, yeah, that's also true. And that isn't said in a nasty way. I think that is generally the case, right? People just play and don't really engage as much. All of this to say, again, just to sort of like clear the air, for me, Alan Wake 2 is still like neck and neck with Control as my favorite Remedy game. Like, it's still a great game. I've just got problems with the end that we are about to maybe watch change in real time, because this is the ending of the final draft. Get in here, guys. Come on. So RT is responsible for this wormhole.
Saga, I finished it. The ending we talked about.
I have the clicker and the bullet of light.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Do they acknowledge that they've done this before?
I see it clearly now. This part at least. Okay. We have met here before.
There we go.
Time loops in the dark place. Every choice you make affects everything that comes before and after you make it. He's here. Like it does when you change a detail in a story you're writing.
KC?
Scratch! Now!
When the bullet of light blew the darkness out of the crater of my skull, the dark presence was born from the remains, feeding on the horror around it to grow. Was hungry for more, and I was missing the small part of myself that it had been born from. Alice, love is strange. Even apart, we're still together in our memories. We put each other through hell to set us free, again and again. Different versions of us. Alice helped me get there, where I needed to be. It has taken so long. The process to change reality is so delicate, to be true in just the right way and still find a way past our flaws. So many drafts, so many photographs, so many lives lived outside of time, an eternity apart on this journey to finally arrive here. Anderson.
Logan?
There we go.
Are you alright?
I had a terrible nightmare. Can you come home, Mom?
Oh, baby. It's over now. You're alright. I'm here. I'm on my way home. I love you. She's alright.
Okay.
The ending worked. Scratch is gone.
Cool.
Thank you, my love. And so I return. With me I bear the torch of knowledge, the light, the miracle illuminated, the master of two worlds. No, the master of many worlds.
Hell yeah. Yep. I like it. I like that. Does it cure all of my problems? No. But do I like it? Yes. Yes, I do. That was fun. Did you ever get to see the part of Artie talking to himself? No. Can someone link that? We'll watch that now. Yeah, I never got around to watching that video. If someone links it, I will happily take a look. Can we watch the Herald of Darkness again? After I found this, what is it? Artie talking to himself? I'll search it. Found it. Here it is.
There are pieces of George on the floor everywhere. The black stuff. Sedating. Very bad. I need to clean it all away. Perkelekko sotketaan joka paikka. Kuulkaapa nyt, mitä sitä... Mikä paikka tämä on nyt? Ai helvetti soikku. Verämai. Tämä ei ole minun koti. This is not my home. Minä haluan. I want to go home now. What is this place? Ei saatana. Ei saatana. How did I get here? I'm lost. Lost at the sea. No lighthouse anywhere. And the storm is coming. Jumalauta.
Context. So, what we're looking at here is, Artie is, and I can show you my notes on Artie. Let's go here, go to File, Artie, the janitor. The name Artie may come from the Finnish god of water. Artie's able to read our thoughts, blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah. Essentially, Artie, to me, and this is this is just me sort of like piecing things together. Artie appears to be some sort of deity, like genuine deity within the Remedyverse, a being of some sort of cosmological power, right? He seems to be a being akin to the power of Warlindor in that sense. It's not explicit. I do have a hierarchy somewhere. Here we go. So back in Control, Jesse refers to and is led by the board, right? When we first meet Artie, he mentions that you know, not explicitly that they report to him. You hear about the job, janitor's assistant. Thanks, elevator. I'm Artie, by the way. You'll work for me. If they don't hire you, there'd be work for the axe. Take them behind the sauna. But Artie is seemingly as old as the oldest house. Like when they first came here, he was there already as part of the oldest house. And it would seem that, again, the hierarchy is that he is above the board in terms of power, and the board is themselves like this strange being, right? This geometric, inverted black pyramid composed of what I believe to be many separate consciousnesses colliding. But that's a whole other story. Artie does seem like he is above and outside of the story in more than one instance. So for him in Alan Wake 2 to be like, well, where am I? What is going on? Almost to me implies that he is being manipulated by the story being woven by Alan. And that's an interesting one. I don't know if anyone in here would take it that way as well, but my read is the last page where it sounds like Artie used Cauldron Lake as a janitor's bucket. Yeah, I mean, that was insane, wasn't it? I've not played the second DLC yet, Tackens. We'll be diving into that shortly, but the other one I really enjoyed. Really enjoyed. But yeah, this reads to me that maybe Alan, while not able to completely alter Artie and change his way of life, it's having tiny knock-on effects, which is why Artie's like, wait, where am I? This is not my home. That's how I'm reading it. And you might want to take a look at the alternative routes of the text adventure, yesterday's picture. It's very interesting. I don't know if someone pointed this out during a Control playthrough, that the finished word for janitor literally translated to man of the house, and him appointing Jesse as the director is the equivalent of assistant. I personally kind of saw Artie's comments about the board to be general scuttlebutt rather than an implication he was in charge of them. Yeah, my hierarchy document isn't it's an awkward one, because do I think that he dictates what they do? No. So I guess I could remove that. I more wanted to try and show that in terms of a hierarchy here, he is above them. In some way, shape, or form. Like he is this timeless entity who has watched over the oldest house for God knows how long. We really should do a deep dive into Norse mythology. I do think that Yggdrasil, the oldest house, like there are clear connections there. But I'm wondering if there is anything in Norse myth about someone wanting to destroy Yggdrasil or destroy the ability to traverse realms via the Bifrost, right? And the reason I wonder that is that seems to be the modus operandi of Warlindor. While he is able to traverse these realms, it seems to me that he is hell-bent on destroying them, for whatever reason. Heimdall isn't, I mean, unless Heimdall did have a rogue, moment, I don't think he was necessarily the one wanting to destroy it all. I don't know if it's the story that influences him now or the story that moves through a proxy. If I'm not supposed to use Q-tips in my ears, then why does it feel so good? Jess, don't do it. I learned the hard way. Half a year ago, I had to go and get my my ear literally vacuumed. It was not fun. There's one constant threat to Yggdrasil. Tell me more, Raven. Plenty. The Frost Giants, Dark Elves, Loki, Taika Waititi. I did Xaviax, and I loved it. I thought it's really good. Nidhogg. There's a few I can think of, but I'm wondering if there's one which fits nicely around the puzzle piece shaped wall-in door. Like, is there an entity in Norse myth where I can look at wall-in, look at Norse myth, and go, oh yeah, like these are the same. Loki was in the Doors band. Maybe he's a future villain. Was he? Was he? I missed that. It's all fun and games until Earwax gets compacted. Yep, tell me about it. Loki played in the Doors band. You mean the one on his show, right? I would have noticed that, surely. I think Thanos is talking about... Thanos, that wasn't Loki, that was Boulder. It wasn't Loki. Yeah, God, you really threw me through a loop there. I don't know. It's all right. You made me very excited about the potential that there was actually a definitive Loki in the game. Yeah, okay, we got there. I was going to say, Boulder is dead in the real world, but weirdly, he's alive in the dark place. But then what's extra weird is Boulder isn't there at the end with Thor and Odin. Make that make sense. What happened there? Why is Boulder alive and, playing as part of the band on the show in between with Mr. Door, Wall and Door, but then gone again by the time that we come back to Thor and Odin when Saga goes through the wormhole made by Artie? Thor and Odin also aren't young at the end? Yeah, true. True. He was alive when he was young, but the other two were young again during the show, but old again at the end. See, that's where... Not that I get lost in the sense that it's the game's fault, but for me, it's... I can't rationalize or fathom how that makes sense. It doesn't make sense. That's the point, right? Like the idea that Alan's in there and Tom's in there, and Tom and Darling and Tim, who are in the dark place, are very clearly not aging at the same rate that they are. So does the dark place, does time flow in the dark place at different rates on a person-by-person basis? Because at that point, that's really difficult for them to, keep up, right? Because at any moment they can decide, actually, we're going to make it that Darling is really old and Tim's the same age and Tom's old again, and they did go into the lake, left, and then went back in. I'm pretty sure they've sent Boulder to the dark place before he died. It was said in number 1, though, that he just died, Python. Time is super weird in the dark place. So if we go back to my DLC notes. So, dark place and time. Thor and Odin, or should I say the Andersons, aged down upon their initial descent into the dark place. But when meeting up with Saga at the end of Final Draft, they were old again. Oddly, other entities and individuals within the Dark Place have not gone through the same amount of time as they did, as they have. And then I'll put underneath, you know, we've got Tim Breaker, Thomas Zane. To an extent, you can even say Alan Wake himself. They have not aged anywhere near as rapidly as they did. Unless their appearance on the show was... I don't know. I don't know how to take that. Who said there's only one Boulder? What if Boulder's funeral was very... Hold on. It was very Norse and Viking-esque, and they burned his body on a boat while on Cauldron Lake, thus Boulder in the Dark Place? Yeah? Yeah? The Tom you meet should be really elderly based on real-world time? Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from. Yes, you are right, Ibsen. I think for me, it's the idea that, you know, time feels like it is flowing in a linear fashion for them. But for the old gods of Asgard, they've gone into the lake, gotten young, and then gotten old. Like, they've de-aged rapidly, then aged rapidly in the same time that these other entities have only aged a small amount. So, in Herald of Darkness, they weren't old, so it might be a perspective thing. The text universe we saw yesterday was described a bit like the source of ideas and inspiration from where the multiverse sprouts. I don't know if there's something like that in Norse. There is info on Loki as a member of the Old Gods, but it was an Old Gods of Asgard website. Archive link is available, and I'm not sure how official and canon it is. Well, time doesn't flow in a linear fashion in the Dark Place. That has been seen time and time again, where things happen in the Dark Place in our future, but we see them in the past. So we understand that time is all weird and wobbly over there. I think where I'm getting stuck at the moment is the idea that a single entity will experience time at a different rate to other entities in the Dark Place. So it's not the Dark Place itself. It is individuals that find these discrepancies, right? Anyway, Dark Place and time. Anything else I was going to mention that comes to my mind? I kind of want to go into the lake house, to be honest. I think that's where I'm at the minute. I think I want to just dive on in and see what awaits. Better late than never. Right? There we go. Right, let me load into the game. There you go. Expansions. Right, before I load in, I think now's a good time to go BRB because I've got a little fleece on and it's really hot. So I'm going to go take this off, cleanse my sinuses, and then when we're back, we're going to dive on into the lake house and see what happens. So, yeah. The Dark Place could also be an approximation of Niflheim, one of the primordial realms of Norse. I do think we've got a note on Niflheim. So if we go into here, I've got the Norse mythology connections: Thor, Odin, Warlindor, Heimdall, stole Odin's eye, which I believe is an object of power. The Dark Place is Niflheim, the oldest house is Yggdrasil, the service weapon being Mjolnir, Arti being the Finnish sea god, Earth is Midgard, Ragnarok, the Spiral or Boros. If Alan and Tom would ever come into contact with one another in the waking world, would that spell the end of time? Tom, Alan, maybe they themselves are Loki. And then we've got this image here which shows Yggdrasil and the many realms. So yeah. It's in there. Niflheim, Nippleheight, coincidence, Lizzie, Absolutely not. Guys, I'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere. When we're back, we're going to be playing the Lake House, and I hear it's rather scary.
You know what they call
Yay.
a quarter pounder with cheese in Paris?
They don't call it a quarter pounder with cheese?
Oh man, they got the metric system. They wouldn't know what the fuck a quarter pounder is.
And what do they call it?
They call it
Cummies with cheese. The door's opened. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh, chat, it's all gone horribly wrong. I'm so sorry, chat. Throw the bag over there. There we go. Chat, we're good. We're good. Everything's fine. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We're going to have a long rest. We're going to have a long rest. We're going to chill. Everything's okay. I feel sick. He went to fetch it. No! No, he did. He went to fetch the bag. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, chat. No. 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 And I fell down once again. It's such a precarious little walkway. Let's try this, one more time. Wait, did he? Oh, he's gone down. Geronimo! Yeah! And cannot even descend down the hole in which he needs to go to reach the bus. You can go and buy the Hammerhead Crocodilisk ones from Okanu. If you buy 4 skins... wait. Whoa. Whoa. Wait. If you buy... No. Don't buy shit. Oh, that almost hit me. That wouldn't have been good. It's working though. He is slowly dying. Come on. Has this ever happened in Neo history before? Has such a pro play been attempted? Oh, je m'appelle. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how you do it. That's how you win in Neo. No! Is this even the way I meant to do it? Am I overcomplicating things? Probably. Never mind. Here we go, chat. Whee! Don't you forget about me. No, 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 no. We did it. Is that how you're meant to do it, chat? I'm guessing it is. I hope so.
Did anything happen while I was out?
Oh! Oh, look at the little bunny rabbit. Alright, here we go. I'm not going to get hit once, chat. Apart from that one time there. That's the only time we're going to get hit this entire... And that one there. Okay, I see there's some snakes down there. Oh! No! 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 This checks out as well. Yeah, I think you can come in. The picture looks like you as well. Brilliant. Approved. Welcome to our Stotska. This is easy, chat. This is easy. I fully imagine this is going to get a lot... Everything is fun and games until the creepy organ music starts playing. I'm leaving. I don't want them. I have no need of them, so I'm gonna leave. Oh my god, Jesus. Holy shit. Why did that happen? What? There is an eject button? That's just for show though, isn't it? I can't press that when I'm in the seat. Raise eject cover. Shit. Apparently not. Apparently not. No, crit! You rolled too far! Oh dear. Okay, let's get back into the game. We don't need to see any more of that. We don't need any more of that. Any good clips while I was gone? I just love how innocently he says... Oh, make some time. Thank you for that. Yeah. Homegrown, Herald the Dark... Play! Warning, are you sure yet? Are you ready for the game to crash again? I can almost guarantee it will, because that's how the cookie crumbles. We're gonna beat the game today, guys. We're gonna beat the DLC
this
today.
This is the Bureau's first time in Bright Falls. 1970, 76, 8. Last one was in 2010. It's not exactly clockwork, but this town sees way more altered world events than most.
I'm always down for more Estevez.
It was just a matter of time before the lake acted up again. After the AWE in 2010, the FBC's research department set up a facility, the Lake House, to study the threshold in Cauldron Lake, find better ways to contain the entity inside. Your tax dollars at work. When we detected a spike in paranatural activity at Cauldron Lake, before I even knew you were on this case, Saga, the Lake House was my first stop. I was short-handed, hoped they could spare some help, maybe give us some intel on the situation. If I had any clue what was waiting for us in there, Saga, I'd have just kept on driving. This is Agent Kieran Estevez responding to an AWE alert in the vicinity. I need to speak with the Marmons. So much for the welcome wagon. You all set up the perimeter. We're on the Threshold's doorstep, so keep your eyes peeled.
Yes, ma'am.
I haven't even begun playing yet, but I gotta say something. Well, first of all, I need to play an alert. Return Addendum, the Lake House. I would love to see Remedy release shorter, smaller scope games set in the Remedyverse. Like, just that alone, just like, here's what's about to happen. With what we've experienced of the DLC, I feel like a you know, 24 pound game, not like American Nightmare. No. But like, if they are having problems with, you know, releasing games like Alan Wake 2 and then they're not commercially delivering, I'd love to see them just try and go for something a bit more bite-sized and then get really weird and experimental with it. Right? My main problem with Remedy games is they always feel slack in the middle. Monkey's Paw Curls. How about another American Nightmare? Technically, that's what Control was? Really? Ah, okay. But I just you know, the feeling I had of watching them slowly walk over to Cauldron Lake and having the FBC name dropped, like, God, it felt good. I'm excited for this. I genuinely am. Before I dive in, I wouldn't have unpaused alerts, but it's a pretty big milestone. Can we get some love and chat?
Dice fam?
What it do, Dice fam? Data with the 7-0 months of support. Data, lovely to see you, buddy. Thank you very much for the 70 months. I sincerely appreciate it. FPC identification card belonging to Agent Estevez.
Agent Kieran Estevez requesting entry.
Absolutely nothing.
I don't have time for this.
So I can interact here and use the card. Oh, it made it look like it was going to be used on the fence.
Okay? You see anything? Radio me.
Roger that.
I'm trying to see if there's any, like, name badge. It probably just said his name, but I was too busy looking at him. Okay. Interesting. Alan Wake 2 has made profits already. It would have done way more of these DLC would have been sold standalone instead of being free to the definitive edition for 10 more bucks. Remedy has said their money trubs aren't a thing anymore, really. They sold the adaptation rights to Alan Wake and Control to Annapurna, and that's one of the big reasons Control 2 is getting self-published and self-funded. Good. Good. Right, let's go.
The lake house was run by the research department.
Okay.
Research and investigations don't really see eye to eye. What
Look
they
at
call
this.
science, I call a violation of Bureau protocol and human decency. Classic interdepartmental drama. Your FBI saga, you know how it goes.
If you'd show
In
again,
retrospect,
10 years ago, this would have
low
blown my
opinion
mind. Look
of
at
the
this.
research department may have clouded my judgment.
God. I mean, if this is what they were able to produce 3 years ago, I cannot wait to see the environments they've got cooked up for Control 2. Okay. What does the number plate say? 68722 FBC. For official use only, Federal Bureau of Control. Unmarked van. Oh, what happened there? The camera just, like, jolted me in this direction. I'll quickly look down here before we go in, just in case there's a note. Cue someone in Discord saying, yeah, this is definitely not ending today. He's inspecting the park bench. Okay, let's go inside. How's the twin peaking going? Last episode I watched was episode 4. I've not had a lot of time. I've been really locking in on work, and most recently, I'll admit, I've been spending most of my evenings playing Path of Exile, but yeah, it's on the back burner, but I'm hoping to get back into it this week.
Agent Kieran Estevez, Investigations Department.
Oh,
No one wants to check the individual carrying a firearm into a restricted government facility?
Welcome to the lake house. Dr.
Hello, and welcome to another exciting day here at the Lake House. As I'm sure you know, I am Dr. Jules Marmont, and this is my wife,
Dr. Diana Marmont.
and together we are the heads of research at this facility.
Hold on, let me get a picture of them for the notes. Diana and Jules. I do have a note already on. Hold on, there we go. I think I need to get a new mouse. Any good recommendations for mice, please, guys? Please help me. If we go Marmont, Diana and Jules. There you go. Any recommendations for mice? Corsair Scimitar. Get a shitty $15 Logitech one. I'm using a pretty good Logitech one that they, you know, when we did that like sponsored thing with Logitech. It's their Pro Series. It's a good mouse, but it's Bluetooth and it constantly loses connection. I've got nothing which should be interfering with it. I want to get the Logitech Super Strike, but pricey, waiting a bit. Logitech Super Strike. I gotta look. I wasn't going to search anything. Oh, dude, that does look good. That does look good. I think it's very similar to what I'm using. I'm using the Pro Superlight. And again, they sent this out of the kindness of their heart, but it's not a fan. Not a fan. Aaron, no, that's what I'm using. I'm using their Superlight. It's just, maybe I need to figure out a different position on the dongle.
We want to thank you all for helping us break new ground in our study of Cauldron Lake.
That's right, Jules. But don't let our exciting work in threshold regulation and dimensional coupling keep you from observing the proper safety protocols.
You said it, Diana. We run a tight ship here at the lake house. So, always remember the 3 S's. Safety, security, and censorship.
It's a C. It's a C.
Yeah, that is the joke, Diana.
Well, it's a stupid fuck.
Wonderful joke, Jules. We'll see you down there.
That was good.
Yeah, that seems healthy.
I could sense the joke was coming about, you know, the 3 S's and one of them being a different letter. Yeah. Urgent reminder, lake safety protocols. Please remember the following activities. Fishing, redacted. Swimming, boating applies to canoes, kayaks, motorized boats. Using the water for redacted purposes. Water skiing, redacted in the water, paddleboarding. These activities can result in redacted in an estimated redacted % of cases. If you are unclear about any of the restrictions listed above, please speak with redacted. Okay. Date redacted. Okay. Security report. RE local rumors. Background. A recent security operation was performed among the citizens of Bright Falls and Watery. The goal of this operation was to ascertain public knowledge and opinion on the lake house and its operations. The following information was gained through covert listening and informal questioning. The local public appeared to view the area around the lake house with fear. This is, of course, the intended reaction as the Bureau has publicly marked the area as dangerous due to volcanic gases. However, there is a specific rumor among the public regarding a government facility in the woods run by mad scientists, taking people for experimentation. This rumor seems particularly popular among the local youth, and its proximity to the truth is cause for concern. Worst case outcome would be an increase in curiosity or possibly even aggression. It is possible this is even the reason for the lake house's security breach back in Redacted. Action to be taken. Security personnel will continue to monitor youth chatter. If the rumors continue, disseminating a cover story may be required. Perhaps even fabricated signage for an American Volcano Commission type institution. Okay. And there are additional bits of info we can actually see on the paper that I don't think are given to us explicitly. No, there's not. There's not. Never mind. Okay. Dr. Marmont here to remind you to put 100% effort in today. Look, listen, think. A safe workplace for everyone is everyone's responsibility. This one here is any unaccompanied artist must be reported to security immediately. And that is apparently an artist. Okay. Checks out. Security, safety, censorship. Remember the 3 S's. Which, of course, we've just been made aware of. There are these conveniently placed bundles of scrunched up paper. Okay. And there is, the most important thing in the entire game, a picture of a cat. Wow. Amazing. Okay. Okay, so there is actually something to this. There are circles being formed on each of the desks by various different things. So over here we've got a circle of donuts, where one of the donuts is elevated on top of a coffee cup. On this desk, of course, we've got the circle being made out of these paper balls. Is there anything circular on this desk that we overlooked? There is, look. The mugs. There's a circle of mugs. Lighting, camera flash. Look at that. What? What is happening? Why? What's with the circles, guys? I need to inspect every desk now. Oh. Immediately it breaks the rule. There's no circles here. Okay. Federal Bureau of Control. I'm guessing this is the 14th of July because it's American dating. From Ava Romani to FBC personnel. Status update, the oldest house. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. To all staff, on-site observation teams report that the oldest house is still under active lockdown. Wow. Status of Director Trench management team and all other personnel inside the oldest house at the time of the lockdown's initialization remains unknown. Observation teams have detected fluctuations in the redacted field originating from the oldest house as of redacted, increasing in strength as it loops through a specific pattern every redacted hours. These readings are currently being analyzed by research staff in the Boston office. Any personnel with information pertaining to the signal should contact them immediately. Sincerely, Ava Romani, Supervisory Agent. Let's make a note on Ava Romani. And she was labeled as Supervisory Agent. Supervisory Agent with the Federal Bureau of Control. Reports on the ongoing lockdown as of July 2023. Okay. Curious. So remind me again, it was 2019, right, that Control was set in? So it's been 4 years since the events of Control, and the status of the oldest house is still unknown.
That's handy.
That's handy. Wow. Look at that. What does that say? We H? Something scribbled out on the whiteboard. Okay. More donuts.
An experiment. That bodes well.
Experiment status in progress. Yeah, I see. And then over here we've got a whole bunch of different files, which I can't read them. Okay. And then again we've got the picture of Jules and Diana. He really reminds me of somebody. I can't put my finger on who he looks like, but... Head of research. He reminds me a lot. Cassani, no, I didn't know that. I'll have to look more into that. That sounds fun. Office of Co-Head of Research, Dr. Jules Marmont.
Nobody is?
Jules Francois Marmont. On the recommendation of the faculty and by the virtue of the authority vested in them of the trustees of Barrows University. Doctor of Applied Science. Given by William Devereaux, Chairman of the Board of Trustees, and Paul Jensen, Dean of Barrows University. And down here we've got Exceptional Contribution Certificate. Given by the FBC, by Casper Darling. And then from Dr. Casper Darling to Dr. Jules Marmont. Appointment as facility head. The senior leadership of the federal...
On the lower levels.
The senior leadership of the Federal Bureau of Control is determined to appoint Dr. Jules Marmont as head of research at the facility at Cauldron Lake, Washington. The appointment will be shared with Diana Marmont, effective upon the facility's completion on July 18th. Zachariah Trench, Bureau Director, Casper Darling. Okay. And then over here, we've got a statuette. To my new fellow head of the lake house, love, Diana. I mean, I'm not going to lie. They don't seem like the most lovey-dovey couple I've ever met. they kind of seem like they hate each other, but yeah, we'll see. We will see if that is the case. Can I shut the door? Strange. I don't know why I'd want to do that. Replacement keycard. Belatedly, I forgot to respond. G502. I'll look into that. Luke, if you're still here, I think you're long gone. Catch you soon, buddy. Replacement keycard request form. Please fill out the fields below before delivering the form to security. A new keycard will be issued to you once your request is processed. Name, Jules Marmont, co-head of research. Required clearance, the highest one. I forget what it is called. My old card went missing. Indicate here if your card was stolen. How would I know if it's stolen or is lost? Why do you not put microchips inside of them to follow them if you are so concerned? I'm the head of research and I expect a new card on my desk by the end of the workday. Research profile, RE subject P. And this goes back to the 18th of April, 2020. Through extensive testing, the subject has been confirmed to possess an intrinsic paranatural ability that manifests exclusively during the act of painting. The paintings feature scenes or events he would have no knowledge of, even sometimes painting an event before it occurs. This effect has been proven multiple times and has an estimated 40 to 100% success rate. Note the lack of precision in the range is due to the team's inability to prove that a painting's content will not be realized at some point in the eventual future. Researchers asked to reiterate their hesitance to publish any concrete statements surrounding the subject and his ability at this time, as the nature of the paintings and their paranatural effect have been exceptionally difficult to measure and quantify. Conclusion. The subject is suspected to be a Class 2 para-utilitarian. Though additional testing will be required to confirm this, at this time his ability is not believed to be a direct threat to himself or others and can be controlled. The nature of his ability is to show current or future events via the art he creates, but the extent of this forecasting cannot be determined by researchers with any high level of precision. Unlike the art created by Alan Wake, there is no evidence the subject's art is directly manipulating reality via the shadow's energies. So, we did have that painter from Alan Wake 1. Rudolph. Rudolph was the painter. There is a subject P in Alan Wake 2's Lake House DLC. The P presumably meaning painter. Could it be Rudolph? Question mark. Okay. And then we've got the thing over here. Science fact of the day. Though most famous for acting, Hedy Lamarr also invented in her free time. She patented a frequency hopping device for torpedo guidance systems at the age of 38. Okay. So if this was updated today, then it is September 14th, 2023. Okay.
Changing passwords, huh?
Effective September 13th, all computer passwords must be reset daily to address security concerns. We are aware this may be an inconvenient change and lead to difficulty remembering your password. We recommend using a permanent set of digits at the beginning of the password, followed by numbers that change daily. Try using significant personal dates, coordinates, etc. Do not use birthdays, the current date, phone numbers, etc. Please also remember that for the time being, passwords do not exceed 6 digits. Okay. Okay, so if I were to get the code, I could come over here. Well, the only important numbers we have, I've got 14, 38. We were told, and let me make a note on this. So the passwords need to be Lake House DLC. Password rules. Cannot exceed 6 digits. Highly incentivized to have a permanent set of numbers at the front of the password. Did I explain how many in here? Permanent set of digits as the beginning of the password, followed by numbers that change daily. Try using significant personal dates, coordinates, etc. Do not use birthdays, the current date, phone numbers, etc. Okay. Alright, so if we go back here, not to use birthdays, current dates, etc. Likely to be a significant number in that person's life. So if we're trying to access, we're looking at Jules, aren't we? This is Jules's office. If we come back over here and look at these certificates, do we have dates on them? There's no day on any of these. There's July 18th, which is the day that it was completed, which would be 0718. And then maybe the 2 digits at the end of the number on the calendar? 071838? 071838? Come on! Come on! Get in! Unlock door! Ah, I feel euphoric. Annual budget from H. Kingston to D. Marmont and J. Marmont. Good morning. A friendly reminder that proposed annual budgets need to be sent out by the end of this month. Every station is being asked to give a thorough breakdown this year in an effort to find areas where spending can be reduced. Should I book a time for us to speak about this and make a plan? All the best. From H. Kingston. Okay, hold on. Let me make a note in here. So we've got Jules, which is 071838. Double check this. 0718. 18th of July is the day he was made head. Okay. And then we've got H. Kingston. H. Notes. H. Kingston sent an email. Might need to just make note of who that is. Pardon me. Sorry. Okay. I'm too busy to attend meetings. Just use the budget from last year, but make sure to specify that a specific percentage of the research budget is to go toward Project Arbutus. Project Arbutus. Project Arbutus. Okay. So certain individuals won't be tempted to slow down their competition by stealing resources. I apologize for the difficulty my wife is presenting, Harry. I believe... Okay, so it's Harry Marmont. Oh, not Harry Marmont. Harry Kingston, sorry. I believe she is suggesting that I would take her project's budget. An unfair and preposterous accusation, though I am confident you understand that. I'll be happy to meet and discuss the annual budget. It is, of course, the head of research's job to oversee such work. Maybe Diana is no longer up to the task. Go F yourself, Jules. Classic. So does next Wednesday work? Dr. Marmont, Project Arbutus has officially requested we return the pages. We aren't using them for any work on Project Ramnus. Project Ramnus. And they are shared research materials, so can I release them back to Arbutus? From Dr. Perry Levine. Hello, please remember to lock your computer before leaving your station for any amount of time. Changing your password daily does not improve our facility's security if you leave your computer open. Okay. God, I'm overjoyed at that. Overjoyed. Now, I'm guessing we want to be making notes of any other important dates. Just in case there requires us later to get further dates for Diana. Like, presumably there'll come a time where we need Diana's password, right? I don't think I've seen anything. There was a note here which was sent on the 14th of July. I'll make a note of that in here. 14th of July, date Ava sent comms. I know you can't see it. I'm just making very quick scratch notes. Did he say something about doing Resident Evil or something? This is the man, the mind of a man who beat Blueprints. There was a moment earlier where when he mentioned changing passwords, I was going to say this reminds me a little bit of Blueprints. I'd love another Blueprints-like game in the future to come up again. Yeah, no other dates that I can see. Okay. Let's move on for now. Ramnus Daily Stand-Up. Oh, that's the note on here. You can see on the side, H-A... There's the M. Haha. No doodling. What were they drawing? What is that? Curious. The dangers of doodling. Please remember that any unauthorized art can skew the results of ongoing research. The following types of recreational creativity are forbidden. Doodling, rhythmic drumming with pencil fingers or other makeshift percussion instrument, stacking office supplies into sculpture-like arrangements, dancing or humming. Kayak for sale, boating safety and regulations. Single person, slightly used. Yellow, great for checking out the local bays. Interested? Chat with Brandy Davis on sublevel 3 for details. Power core transport? Hold on. The Federal Bureau of Control is aware of the size and weight of power cores, blah-de-blah-de-blah. Nothing new there that we haven't read already. Okay, cool. Let's go into the door that we'll unlock then, I suppose. Okay, immediately I'm seeing pictures of kittens again, which is very sweet. Okay.
This should come in handy.
Security clearance 01 keycard. So many VODs. I did Obra Dinn back in like April of 2019, like a long time ago. Like it's been so long since I've played Obra Dinn, I could probably play it again and it would be like a brand new game to me, to be honest with you. Okay, anything new in here? Power core transport. Avoid twisting your back. Place power core on the ground before adjusting grip. Nothing new there. Status and progress. Service hatch. Weirdly, there is a single shoe in the service hatch bucket. Okay. Very, very interesting. I've not even got RTX enabled anymore, and the lighting is still superb. Let's go to -1.
As soon as I got in that elevator, my bad news detector started going nuts.
Do not remove, do not copy.
Estevesta team, something's going on in the lake house. I want all nearby agents to push.
Hey! Oh, please don't be scary.
Agent Estevez, what's your status?
Breach detected on sublevel 5. Staff should seek shelter immediately.
We have a situation in the lake house. All agents converge on the facility now.
Oh! It was the Marmonts.
Shit.
Oh my god.
Where's the fucking elevator?
Guys, what the hell?
Okay. Priority 1, get the lights on.
I didn't think it was going to be
around in the dark near Cauldron Lake. They're not smart.
all of them online or offline. Sorry. I did not think this was going to be a scary one. I thought.
What the fuck was that?
What the hell was that? No. Well, I need my sinuses cleared up, so maybe a good scare will shock them into sense. Shelter area this way. What is that sound? It's like a worm. Shut the door behind you. Research order. As the Lake House continues to make progress toward its goal, various avenues of research are being pursued. Recently, one such avenue has yielded unexpected results. The research into nursery rhymes, directed by Dr. and Dr. Marmont, led by Dr. Campbell, as an art form has shown viability in its ability to connect with the Cauldron Lake threshold. As a result, the nursery rhymes findings will now be carried forward by the co-heads of research and incorporated into ongoing research across the Lake House, effective immediately. Research teams will be briefed on how to utilize the effective elements of the nursery rhymes into their own work. Note, Dr. Campbell and his team are being reassigned. They will continue to develop their work on nursery rhymes outside the Lake House. Any exposure risks related to performing confidential work outside the facility's premises have been acknowledged and accepted by the co-heads of research. Signed by Dr. Diana and Jules Marmont. 10th of March, 2023. That's today. In, well, 3 years from now. You know what I mean? Threshold Linking Experiment by Dr. Jules Marmont. The work to create a stable link between our reality and that of the Redacted continues. Progress is good, with all teams reporting high confidence that a successful connection will soon be possible. Recent efforts in utilizing the paintings produced by Subject P to adjust reality in such a way that achieves our goals were unsuccessful. However, the result... This result allowed us to discard the avenue of research and focus solely on a much more viable one. Our new hypothesis states that the threshold's energies, and thus its reality-altering effect, are drawn to pieces of art that contain significant level of emotion. This is supported by a clear trend in the data we have gathered over the years. If we can identify and quantify the emotion of an art piece, our work will speed up considerably. Work has already proceeded, with an immediate focus on developing devices capable of measuring the level of emotion in any given piece of art. For now, our research will continue to focus solely on the art produced by Subject P. While no pieces of his have yielded successful results outside of their assistance in discovering the redacted pages, his proven status as a para-utilitarian makes his work the most suitable research material. Okay. And then there's one of our FBC branded shelters. There's a painting there that's upside down. We're not going to be able to flip that over and have a look. We've got a couple microwaves back here. Panel control room. I heard someone call it a microwave the other day. Like, do people understand the pronunciation on microwave? Is that the American pronunciation? Microwave. Ah!
Dr. Darling.
70, 76, 78. AWE Cauldron Lake Shadow. A010, which is the shadow. Must be an American thing. Alternatively, Popty Ping. Isn't that... It's Welsh, isn't it? Popty Ping. But I don't think it actually is. Yes. Assist us, please.
Okay, doesn't do a damn thing without power.
No shit, Sherlock. Why do I feel like I'm going to walk back into the room I was just in and something's going to be in it? Okay. I am not enjoying the vibe. Ah, I'm actually not enjoying the vibe. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ah! That was me. There's nothing fucking in there. Oh, I can push this. I can use it as a weapon. Okay. I'm going to use this as a shield. Okay, push it this way. Not even a scary game. I don't know what the big deal... Are you kidding me? Not even a scary game.
Okay. Power core receiver.
So we're gonna need to...
A core in should get the lights on.
Yeah. Yeah. But where is the power core, Estevez? That's the question. The cart is the shield. Lexi, thank you. Lexi, screw you. This is punishment. I've got alerts disabled at the moment. Thank you for the 404 bits, Lexi. I will tell you now, Lexi, that will probably still get me later because I'll forget. Do not contaminate the lake house with unrelated art. Figurines, ornaments, decorations, all other kinds of trinkets are forbidden. Okay. Squeeze around the back. I don't want to have to... Fine, I'll go around the long way. Who's that? Is that Legolas? Look at the elven ear. Black Pyramid cigarettes. Art is for analysis, not for admiration.
That is not a regulation FBC weapon. Make these things lighter.
Could I have opened this? Now that I don't have a weapon, this is going to be the most ridiculous...
The way I saw it, there was only one way out. identify the source of the event, and contain or eliminate it. Now, good news, I just had to keep going down. Bad news, the elevator liked to disappear.
I don't want to go out then. Hold on. You want me to turn my office lights off? It's just me and you now, guys. There are... Okay, I can't turn that off because it's not on my phone. That has to stay on. Okay. Ah! Run! Run! Don't look! Wow, look at this wall. Look at the texture. Look at the texture on this wall, guys. Come on. Cha-ching. Ah.
At least the elevator's back.
Is this supposed to be scary? Should I expect the taxman? Run, 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 run. Run, run, run. Switch. What's happened there? Oh, is this gonna play now?
First off, a huge thank you to everyone here. The Lake House has made amazing strides in researching the AWE here at Cauldron Lake. Great work, team. I wanted to come in person, so...
It mentioned Tor and Odin and Tom in the top right-hand corner.
It's not our view, so no reason to be scared. Do you hear that, Doctors Marmot? While I'm here, I want to focus on the relationship between the Shadow and the AWE site below the lake. The theory that the Shadow even originates from the dimension this threshold is tapping into is compelling. Eventually, I want to understand how this dimension manages to convert subjective elements like art into objective reality. What are the constraints of this phenomenon? Can it, say, create altered items or even objects of power simply by manifesting them via a piece of art? These are the things we need to know to accurately classify the Shadow. I mean, that name is not very scientific. I mean, who came up with that? Shadow. So, any and all proposals are welcome. Anything testing art's effect on reality by using the Shadow's energy is preferred. To find answers, we'll first need a lot of data.
Yeah.
No wrong answers. And when I return to the oldest house, I'll take back anything we end up with to run against a classified project called Hedron to build a comparative data set. I wish I could tell you more. It's very, very exciting. Non-physical forces impacting. No, sorry, I really can't. It is. You know what? Maybe some of you can come visit. We'll have to get you clearance, of course, but maybe that can. You know what? I don't want to take the entire day talking. So, the Shadow represents a whole new area of research, and I couldn't be more excited to start digging in.
It's a tease for control more than anything, Xaviex. Okay, let's go save. So we've opened up the middle of the room. I don't know what benefit that really gives me. Oh, we can log in here now. Security reminder from B. Lopez. Please remember to lock your computer. Yep. From J. Marmont. Hello! To celebrate the arrival of fall, I have brought a variety of seasonal pies from that local diner you all seem to love so much. The members of Project Ramnus can come and enjoy them in the lobby near my office. All other staff should visit the other Dr. Marmont's office to see if she brought pie. Also, despite the ridiculous dramatics of last year, I've purchased the delicious pecan-filled pies. Happy fall. Nice. Sensitivity reminder. A gentle reminder that nut allergies are a serious health issue and making light of them is not appropriate workplace behavior for anyone of any seniority level. Bringing nuts to the office is a health risk and should be avoided for everyone's safety. Pages request from J. Marmont to P. Levine. Barry, do not release any of those pages. Tell Diana and those fools on Project Arbitus that we misplaced them. An unfortunate filing accident. Tell them we are confident the pages will resurface in 2 or 3 weeks, but we are too busy making progress to look for them right now. Be sure you say that we are making progress, just as I wrote above. Regards, Dr. Jules Marmont. And then finally, attention, missing Black Rock. Attention all staff. There is a significant amount of Black Rock missing from Sublevel 5. I expect there is a misunderstanding and someone has taken it to another floor by mistake. If you did this, respond to this message and we will fix the problem. Black Rock is a precious material. We have only so much of it now that the oldest house being closed. Okay. So, me moving... Oh god, have I messed up here? Me moving all of this... what? Oh, the music is... What the... What the hell is happening? Don't like the... Really don't like the music.
I am an agent of the Federal Bureau of Control. I can assist you if you take no hostile action against me or any action that can be perceived as hostile. Can't open it from the side.
I didn't even see what it was! I just heard a little gargling of pain and suffering. That was enough. Run! Just don't look! Don't look! Esteban, that's the cover double two! No! Key card. Ah! Ah! Where am I going?
This isn't working.
Okay.
What the fuck were those things?
I don't know and I don't care. Get me out. Boom.
Okay. Deep breaths. 1, 2, 3.
Heal. Just heal. Heal yourself, please.
You never really get used to the shit you see in this.
I don't think it's that scary.
You can learn techniques to adjust, to function.
We're fine.
Take 6 deep breaths. Then get to work. Find the source, collapse the threshold.
Come on. Come on!
Please hold.
No more cowardice.
No, where am I?
No more cowardice.
What is that?
What is that? Yeah. Can you understand me?
I'm an agent of the Federal Bureau of Control. I can assist you if you take no hostile action against me or any action that can be perceived as hostile. Do you understand? Well, I'll be damned.
What are you?
So what kind of entity are you?
Anger's remorse?
You can speak. That means you probably imprinted on a person or retained some of your former self's information. Previously human, maybe?
They gave me early access to the Shadographer. That's good. That's good.
I just had an unpleasant encounter with some other painted individuals. Any relation?
1,000 painting shoes crowed.
What does that mean?
Paint no brush, a self-portrait.
Okay, hey, calm down.
Firing his eyes and hands and bones.
Oh my god.
You need to cease all hostility right now.
Ah, you bastards.
Bad news. That thing is really pissed off. Good news. It didn't try to kill me. Okay, baby steps.
The next Warframe patch has some horror themes to it, and one of the comments on my video when I was reacting to the new patch was, "Can't wait for Endy to play this and just scream 'you bastard' at the screen the whole time." And ever since then, I've been so aware of how many times I go, "Oh, you bastard." It's my go-to, isn't it? What am I meant to say? It's a lot, dude. Really? Oh god. Yeah, bastard. What else am I meant to say? Ah, you scallywag. You know, it just doesn't hit the same, you know?
Angry living paintings.
I'll try it next time. I'll see if I can force out a scallywag.
Something different was happening at the lake house.
Oh, daddy? Ah, yeah, daddy. Could you imagine?
Cherry on its already shitty Sunday.
Sub-level 3.
Sub-level 3. This is where that lady is selling her kayak. Okay, come on, guys. I can be brave. I've played Resi 7, for Christ's sake. Here on out, I'm legitimately going to try my absolute hardest to be brave. Straight back, deep breaths. Okay. Come on. Oh, are we going to have to find another password?
September 12, 2023. Notes regarding a page of an Alan Wake manuscript I found in the archives.
Okay.
I checked the records, and this page is not in our inventory. I believe it manifested inside the lake house directly. I won't be filing this page. It'll just send Jules into a panic. The page is written in Wake's usual style, so I can't say for certain if it's being literal or figurative when it calls us monsters. But what's interesting is that the page indicates that a painting succeeded in linking Cauldron Lake's threshold with our facility. Writing has always been the clearly superior avenue of research, but I never considered that the writing itself would dictate a different art form as the catalyst for our success. I cannot accept that. I can't allow Jules to stumble his way into success. Not after the years of work I put into this research. I got word yesterday that 2 writers are visiting Bright Falls. I will beat Jules to the finish line.
Yeah, okay. Organizational update. This is on the 6th of March, 2023. Moving forward, research at the Lake House will be divided into two distinct projects. Project X 10,032 AW, codenamed Arbitus, will focus on studying the writing of Redacted with Dr. Diana Marmont serving as project director. Project C43210RL, codenamed Ramnus, will focus on studying Redacted and his work, with Dr. Jules Marmont serving as project director. Staff will soon be notified regarding their project assignment and any required desk changes. Your patience is requested during this reorganization. This is a confidential facility matter and is not to be discussed with external agents or teams. If you have any questions, please contact me directly. Signed, Harry Kingston. Now, can we be cheeky and figure out what some of these redacted words are? Like, can I figure out if there is Rudolph? Could that be Rudolph? Under there, I wonder? Rudolph Lane? I think it fits. Rudolph Lane and his work. Okay. Then we do have a picture of a doggy. Any important number on the dog? No, but they are a prize-winning pup, and yeah. I can see why. They're adorable. Okay. Again, we're looking for any important dates at the minute. Kendra. That sounds about right.
Canvas. He didn't recognize the piece.
There it is, guys. Rudolph Lane.
His mind was foggy, unfocused. He knew the Marmonts were putting something in his food. A man in a white coat came to steer Lane back to his cell. He did not resist. He was too tired. He lay on the bed, but the stench in his cell wouldn't let him sleep. An acid stink. The turpentine. The paint. It was all over him. Years of it. 1,000 paintings. 1,000 more to come. A putrid weight he could never wash away. Cold hate simmered below the mist clogging his thoughts. Hatred for the paint. Hatred for the brushes. For the Marmonts. For himself.
I love that the up here is co-heads 1 word or 2. Words per sentence 6.71. So 671 is another 3-digit number that might be useful for later. So I'll make a note of that. 6.71. The words per sentence. That would be appropriate for Diana, considering she is studying his work.
Jules Marmont had once been a team. Rising stars in the Bureau, both talented in their own way. Diana innovated and Jules got funding from the bureaucrats. Cooperation led to respect. Connection. Then after a decade of hard work, the happy couple were promoted. Co-heads of research. Their first years at the lake house were good. Challenging, but not insurmountable. Not for them. Gradually, thoughts fell into their heads like drops of dark water. Why does she get all the credit? Why does he get any credit? With that, a crack formed in the lake house. The Marmonts and their work became arrogant, erratic. The crack widened and the water seeped in.
Character-centric Lane, past tense, clip phrasing, higher adjective usage, focus timeline, story concepts. Rudolph Lane, paint odor, Marmonts, hate conflict. 151641. I'll make a note of that in here. Or 6.41. Okay. I just got here and here Andy say 6-7. 6-7. 6-7. 6-7. There you go. Now I've said it 3 times. What is this? Chief Technician. Let's go in. Hello, Amalthea. How are you today? And naughty, that does not surprise me. Kendra, I love that you are just as big a scaredy cat as I am. It makes me feel less alone in this horrifying world. What do we got here? Refinement process, 24th of March. The automated typing device, ATD, will produce writing mimicking that of Alan Wake, known para-utilitarian, with the goal of affecting reality with the same consistency as Mr. Wake's writing style. The pages will be graded using the following criteria. Comprehensibility, this is the most basic of criteria. The page must use language and develop stories in an understandable, organic way. 2. Style, the page must accurately mimic the typical style of Wake's writing, using pages in the Lake House's possession as reference. 4. Oh no, I think I missed... Yeah, tone. The page must accurately mimic his tone. Content. The page must accurately mimic the typical content of Wake's writing using pages as reference. Once pages are graded, they'll be fed into the algorithm as preferred reference material, thus continuously refining the writing produced by the ATDs until they can produce near identical stories to Alan Wake. Once that is achieved, we'll provide instructions to the ATD on what to write, effectively gaining control of Wake's ability to link with the Shadow's power. And the date on that was 24th of the 3rd. 24th of March. 0324. Okay. And here's the automatic typing device. Cool. Okay. Let's go. And again, I'm going to try and be really brave and oh.
There was a crack in the lake house. The Marmonts had let the lake in, but the water could not flow. It became trapped, stagnant, went bad. The truth was controlled here. The art was not art, just content for the experiment. There was a crack in the lake house. The Marmonts had let the lake in, but the water could not flow. It became trapped, stagnant, went bad. The truth
Is it just going to repeat?
The art was not
I wasn't sure if it would change.
content for the experiment.
Okay. Output. We've got different numbers over here, which will no doubt give us some passwords later. So let me grab a picture of
There was
this.
a crack in the lake house. The Marmonts had let the lake in, but
And
the
then we'll
water
paste
could
that in
not
here.
flow. It became trapped, stagnant, went bad.
There you go.
The truth was
So again, one of those will no doubt be a code that we can use.
just content for the experiment.
12th of the 9th, Project Arbutus, initial findings. Born in New York, currently resides in New York, NY. Married to Tamitha Booker. Known children or dependents. No paracriminal affiliations found. Located in Bright Falls, Washington as of the 10th of the 9th, 2023. Writer and director of 5 stage plays. Unsuccessful. Confirmed artist, designation, author, playwright. Disclaimer, background investigation performed in a very short amount of time per instruction. As a result, the information contained in this report is not comprehensive and possibly erroneous. Over here, we've got Project Arbutus. This is on Tamitha Madison Booker. Born in Atlanta, Georgia. Currently resides in New York, New York. Married to Edward Franklin Booker. No known children or dependents. No paracriminal affiliations found. Author of 3 commercially successful true crime books. First publication was a poetry collection. Unsuccessful. Confirmed artist. Designation author and poet. Once again, could be incorrect information. Okay. Anything new over here? Underwater metal detectors and scuba gear. Took the last cup of coffee. Brew a fresh pot. You tell him. You tell him. Okay, let's go in here. We'll save again. Quick save. There we go. Nothing else in here. Right, let's try and make our way into this main room to the right then. The automated typing device chamber. There's these points of interest here which we've interacted with, but then there's not a lot we can really do with them at the moment. I think we need to wait for the power to come on down here. Because I can't currently access the computer, for example. But I'm guessing I can go in here. Yes. So this is literally like if we put if
As
you
know
put
by now, typewriters and Cauldron Lake do not mix. And a room full of them all clacking away? 100% bad news.
Ashen Precursor, have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you for joining us. This is like the adage of, you know, put 100 chimpanzees in a room with typewriters and they'll write Shakespeare or whatever, right? But in this case, it's eventually they might make something resembling Alan Wake's tone. Progress report, typewriter brand investigation. Investigation into the precise brand and model of typewriter used by Alan Wake with the intended use of the particular brand for redacted in the ATDs continues to be unsuccessful. Sources contacted with discretion. Wake's publishing house, no useful information. Wake's agent refused to discuss client matters. Wake's spouse refused to discuss. Redacted, no useful information. Checked all available online interviews, publications, elements pertaining to Alan Wake. No useful information. I wonder who they contacted here. Who could that be? It's a big name. The relevant team will continue to explore alternative sources of information. The ATDs will continue to be operated with the available typewriters until Wake's preferred brand is known. Theoretically, replicating Alan Wake's style of writing via the same brand of typewriter used by the author should yield optimal results. The project director has indicated that a similar investigation should be launched in the brand and type of ink used in Wake's typewriter. They've Gen AI'd Alan, yeah. It's essentially what it is, right? Okay, we'll go to the other side and have a look over there. They've really nailed the vibe. If the vibe is meant to be deathly horrifying. I'm just going to keep running down the side and hopefully we'll be able to avoid any horrifying entities whose sole purpose is to make me shit myself. It was the best of times, it was the blurst of times. I think we're solidly in the blurst of times at the minute.
March 7th, 2018. Notes regarding Dr. Emil Hartman, founder of the Cauldron Lake Lodge, where he manipulated artists in an attempt to control the power of the shadow.
Okay.
I've gone through his notes, which were confiscated by the Bureau after his arrest in 2010. Overall, Hartman's work was sloppy. Complete disregard for proper scientific method. But he was bold enough to try something we haven't. Our procedural writing machines are promising, but we could understand the effects of Cauldron Lake's threshold much better by observing live artists in action. Thanks to Hartman, we even have a list of prospects. Next step is to send Dr. Darling a request to bring some into the lake house for analysis.
Okay. 19th of January, Project Arbutus. We have begun to find pages from a manuscript very likely written by Alan Wake, para-utilitarian and suspect in past cases involving the Cauldron Lake AWE. Though I do not like to bring myself and my biases into my work, I must do so here to address the matter being examined. As reference for any future readers, I am Dr. Diana Marmont, co-head of research at the Lake House facility. The page we recently found summarizes my life with Jules Marmont, husband and co-researcher. It has turned us into characters for its story, making generalizations and assumptions that I must attempt to evaluate without emotional prejudice. The accuracy of the writing is intriguing. It reports our past in the Bureau, but also details inner thoughts that an outside recorder would have no way of knowing. Jules and I have indeed been having more and more interpersonal conflict this past year. This raises many questions. How does Wake, wherever he is writing this from, get his information? Or was the page itself determining these emotions and events? I cannot believe that the scope of Wake's ability goes as far as to have dictated my entire career at the FBC, and if it did, would it matter? Even if a person knew their life was being driven by an external force, would it change their nature, their behavior, their personality? My disagreements with Jules are not sudden shifts in personality, but rather a growing resentment. I firmly believe that though I have no evidence to prove it, which brings me to a new research query for our team. What methodology can one use to prove that their actions, their mind, their love, or animosity are theirs to control? FBC Autotyper Part 5 1.7, written by Jules Marmont, 2022. Ink status okay, machine status typing in progress, hydraulics operational, H1, H5, paper okay, ink status okay. Okay. Cool. And then up here we've got these wonderful diagrams which show how it actually operates, which, this is cool. Like, this is nifty. Like, a lot of work into creating this, right? 1302 FBC Mechanical Research. Appointed by, all of this is redacted. The date is redacted. Of course it is. Okay. Let's go around the edge. I probably will want to go through there in a moment. There's a couple of doors over here, one here and one over there, which requires security clearance 2, which at the moment I do not have. So yeah, I think that's all I can really do here for now. How surreal, huh? What a vibe. Boom! Oh, more paint? That's scary. Oh, for God's sake. I can be... Ah, hello. I can be brave. I can be brave. Come on, it's a game. It can't hurt me.
Shit. I can never say no to extra firepower.
Why is the game giving me a shotgun? Why? What?
Back where I started.
Why is the
Spatial
game...
recurrence usually observes the law of 3.
Okay. Just double checking to make sure nothing has changed then. Nope. I'm gonna run on the assumption that
This contrived overlap.
This is new.
Rebounded on itself.
This is new.
Compressing, compounding, reflecting, and refracting. An urban legend and a murder in constant imbalance. Cause and effect hopelessly tangled.
Cause and effect hopelessly entangled.
The dream logic flawed. The feedback loop doubled and redoubled out of control.
Control.
The pressure kept building, looking for release.
Exactly the same numbers.
Contrived overlap rebounded on itself. Compressing, compounding, reflecting, and refracting. An urban legend and a murder in constant imbalance.
Okay. Don't worry, Andy, they're not dead, it's just paint. That doesn't help. That doesn't help at all. Ah! Okay.
The shadow is here. Good thing I brought a flashlight.
That was unk-aim, I'll admit. I'll be better next time. Okay, I tried charging that a little bit too far away. Stop with the NDD unk! Stop it! Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good.
Some stuff down there had been corrupted. Shit just kept getting worse.
All is under control. Okay, the pages in here are gone. That's different. Does that still require security clearance too? Yep, okay. Andy never dies in games, he just becomes unconscious. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah, and see the interactables out of here as well. Okay. Oh. Oh. that kind of scared me a bit. There we go. I think we are still on the hardest difficulty, by the way. Oh, we're on normal. We're on normal now. That's fine. I'll stay on normal. I wondered if it would put us down to story because we replayed the game on story. Did you not start this yesterday? We kind of did, but kind of didn't. There's 2 sets of DLC and we're on the second one now. You'd have loved part 1 of the DLC yesterday though, Meg. So good. So good. Anything here different?
September 12th, 2023. Notes regarding a page of an Alan Wake manuscript I found in the archives.
It's the same. Okay, let's go again.
Should be the last one.
I keep coming back to this page. The author's clearly Wake. It's like he's warning us. But about what? I mean, what does it mean? This page scared Jules away from the work on Wake's writing. A coward can't stand risk. But science is risk. For me, this is proof that we are going in the right direction. I just need Rudolph Lane's paintings to lead to more pages so that hopefully one day we can understand.
What do we think, by the way, of the new chat box with the profile pictures? To keep or not to keep? I quite like the additional personal flair it provides, but maybe people don't like it. Keep, I dig it. It's good. To keep, okay, good. That feels pretty unanimous. Text is a little hard to read. It overlaps the game a little bit, but that's fine. Oh, it's huge in here now. What is this? Look how much bigger it is. Oh, for crying out loud.
What is that?
Bravery. Bravery. Come on. Oh, we can go in here. Nice. Okay. I don't know if I want to remove that.
Controllable shifting phenomena.
Okay, so we can move that to there. Oh, wait. That's cool. Okay, so open this.
Won't open without power.
Ah, okay. Well, wait. So if I come over here, we yoinky doodle this. And then we get back. I'm enjoying this. I mean, yeah, it's a bit scary, but I'm also enjoying this just in terms of the thriller that it is. It is very Soma coded, I think, in many ways. I think because of how individual it is. And the nature of the enemies that we're having to deal with. Okay, in we go. Sometime today. There you go. So we've got the door there. That's there. Okay, let's go this way. Can we replace Soma in October and pretend it's your first time? Sure. so if I now pull this, we've got that on the other side ready and waiting. How come sometimes my torch disappears, by the way? How do I bring that back without wasting my charge? E? Ah, that's cool. I did not know that. TYVN BBQ. About Alan Wake.
Alan Wake's writing is being studied here. Do you know anything about him?
Names don't matter. 1,000 more to come.
They say clear communication is the key to any relationship. You and I have some work to do there.
What happened to you?
What happened to you? Did the people here do this to you?
Marmonts clogging his head.
What did the Marmonts do?
You said Marmonts before. Do they do this? Where are they now?
Misery, hate.
Tell me where they are.
The man in the white coat.
Christ.
Okay. Well, we knew that was coming because it happened before.
It's fixated on the Marmonts.
With the big scaredy bit.
What did they do?
I can use my Security 1 clearance card, but where am I meant to go? I can't go any lower, can I?
Denied.
Yeah.
This key card isn't gonna cut it.
Let's go back to -2 and see if anything's changed.
A threshold is the connection between a foreign reality and our own. Now, they all have their own rules, strange as they are, but the further down I went, the more chaotic this one got. Clearly, this was the Cauldron Lake threshold, but something was wrong. Well, more wrong than usual.
Sublevel 2.
Okay. Here we go, guys.
Level-wide lockdown in effect. Please remain calm.
Oh, who's that in there? Oh, they've had it. They've had it. They're dead. Let's go deal with them first. We know they're in there, so they're not going to be able to surprise me.
Won't open while the floor's on lockdown.
Huh, okay. Great. Fantastic. I can just hear grunting and gargling and moaning. Yeah, you're stuck in there, buddy.
Hope that glass is thick.
Yeah, it is. Don't worry, we're good. Amusement park. Lights seem dimmer. A bust. So how am I going to lift this from lockdown, I wonder? There's probably somewhere around here we can go to release the security clearance. Do not copy Wake manuscript pages. I will try not to. Okay. Silent Hill 2 could be a good October game. I don't know what we're... Like, again, I know the rough idea of what we're doing in the future, right? We're going to be doing, of course, Trails in the Sky. We're going to be going back to FF14 to see how the Dawn Trail expansion wraps up. There's a lot of things coming. Of course, we've got BioShock, which, you know, in some ways, you know, I could have waited until October to have played that and made that our, you know, October game of choice. Security clearance card level 2. There we go.
A higher
That's
access
big.
card. Sorry, but I
Ibsen,
need this.
fairly well, sir. BioShock ain't that spooky. Yeah, we'll see, man.
How many paintings did they have this guy make?
ID RL342. Black circular shape among yellow lines. An uneven circle painted in dark black in the foreground with jagged mustard lines behind it. Lines sometimes overlap with each other and or bleed into the black circle. Designation, lone tree at night. A dark green tree, pine, standing in a dark landscape, presumably night. Okay. Empty road in forest, a dark grey streak across a dark green landscape, presumably a forest at night. The grey streak is likely to be a road due to its location, color, and the way its width reduces in line with the perspective. So, like, we can look at this and think of different entities, right? Like the lone tree at night, we could view that as maybe being this Yggdrasil. You could view the empty road in a forest being the introduction to Alan Wake 2, when we see the lone road wailing its way through the Washington woods as Saga and Casey make their way to Bright Falls. A dark grey streak across a small white shape in a road could be a page of writing by Alan Wake. Relevant teams have been informed and are searching for this site now to attempt page retrieval. Trails is next. Yeah, as soon as we're done with this, Meg, we're playing Trails. Yellow crescent shape on black canvas. Or blank canvas. A curved yellow shape in a roughly crescent shape painted onto an otherwise empty canvas. Possibly a crescent moon or banana. Unfinished piece. Red, yellow, and green circle. 3 uneven circles, 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 green, roughly arranged in a vertical line. Background is black-grey, with dark red streaks along the border of the canvas. Possibly a traffic light. Cityscape with blue-grey sky. Description: grey vertical shapes, likely the skyline of a city. In the bottom third of the canvas with a vivid blue-grey sky. Geometric shapes painted in thin white lines can barely be made out among the colors of the sky. Sounds like it could be Control. Black void, a deep black void covering the entire canvas with a few specks of dark or light grey able to be seen on close inspection. Reminds me very much of the Night Springs intro movie. Large variety of black spirals, a large number of rough spirals painted in black, ranging in size from that of a quarter to that of a basketball. Though the canvas appears quite covered, it is blank aside from the spirals. Maybe that is meant to be an interpretation of the multiverse, with each world within the multiverse being a spiral. Brown shape with horns, vaguely triangular with what are presumably horns extending from the shape, likely an animal head, possibly a deer or elk. Black background. So that's meant to be Saga Anderson. That is a very interesting note, and I'll have to try and make some notes on that. So we're looking for a password for whoever worked in here. This might be a tricky one, because I don't feel like I've got anything that I can really glom onto. Maybe in here? Office 2.4. We've got their security key. So let's use that to go inside and see if we can find some numbers for a password. Is there going to be anyone in here? Okay. 2023 September. Okay, so we've got 10. 1023, 2310. From Security, Technical Supports Division to all departments, update the computer password reset policy. So this is just what we've had before. Okay, so that's to remind us of how they work. So September 2023. Any other numbers which we can maybe look at in here? I mean, there's another PC. 14th of the 9th, 2023. I made that reservation for our anniversary, which I certainly never forgot was a week from this Friday. Let's take separate cars from the office. Let's have the bosses see us leaving together now that those hypocrites have banned inter-office relationships. Have a good day. So we're looking at something... this is going to be tricky. So from this Friday, so we're looking at the 14th. So their anniversary would be the 22nd. 22, 10/22, 23? Oh no, they're not 10. I'm September. 09. Sorry, 09, 22, 23? 09, 22, 23? Oh, plus brown shape with horns. Okay. So 09. It was 23, wasn't it? I'm double checking. 0922. 0922 brown shape with horns. Which was over here. 25. 092225.
And there.
Lockdown lifted. You are now
Okay.
safe to resume working.
Let's go back and read these. Trisha update. I found out what happened at...
The facility.
Ooh, hello.
Sub-level 1. You copy?
No. Turn back. Area is extremely hostile.
They're gonna die. P. Greenberg, the J. Waterson. Found out what happened to Trisha. Jules effing fired her. I knew it. She was way too vocal in last week's all-hands meeting. That man is a tyrant. Can you believe the new password policy? Our anniversary is the base numbers, then black void. I set the security terminal's new password like the memo suggested. Our anniversary is the base, then black void. So they're just changing it every day. Okay, so before it was that. 4-4 is right. I guess you're telling me you don't know what our anniversary is. Well, good luck with that. Black Void is 4-4 from the... Oh, so this would... Okay, so it further explains the rationale of how they landed on the day. Okay, that makes sense. Now, I want to look more at the computer. There's some more mail in here. Safety concerns. I believe the Marmonts are knowingly using the state of chaos to their advantage. Our treatment of research subjects is clear violation of the Ash Act. These are punishable offenses. And Trisha, we know, was then fired by Jules. Well, there you go. And then we read the missing Blackrock one already. And look, everyone's now stumbling around outside. Oh, God. Okay, I'm kind of running low on batteries, which is slightly concerning for me, but we'll see how we get on. Now that we have the clearance level 2 keycard, we want to go back to floor 3. There were 2 rooms, well, 4 rooms if we include the first spiral, where we could use the level 2 security clearance card to maybe find some stuff inside. So we'll have to go and do that. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to wait for one of them to charge me. I think that was the most effective way of doing that. Wasted one. Oh, there's loads of them. There you go. I'm gonna wait for one of them to charge me, instantly start shooting. Incredible aim, imagine this, but all of the bullets at the center. Thanks, man. Thanks. Okay, these are all new. 80... Oh, God. I feel like the note to gameplay ratio in this DLC is a little bit off. A little bit off. Like, again, I love notes, but Jesus Christ. Too much overlap between tone and style. Merge. Word choice good but incomprehensible. Structural improvement. Repetition issue was solved with sufficient rounds of refinement. Refinement plus time equals progress. This feels like something that could be stripped directly out of Severance. Style and tone prioritized over comprehensibility. Negative progress. Making progress again. Individual elements are strong, but ATD's lacking awareness and intention is a blocker. Need more Wake reference material. Critical. So let me just read. So they're struggling. Vortex like black paint, darker and darker. The darkness darkened darkly, darkening the dark until it dimly darkened even the darkest dark. The rot snail beamed, a wooden grain bent from the owl egg mail. 4 forms in the glass iron melt, a cracked page booked through from down in bark. I grew in longer with the lower dark sea, no one found. Egg mail heaven. Pour during out he chin, when all scream in blue and an axe vermilion. A day is around, flat across evening. The water murmurs in light bulb trees. Round the cat! The night glares in all streets. The coffee deers run. Fear drinks locks by windy cottages and black fires in the same mirrors. A mist heavies in Panic Mountain. And then finally, the dark woods rattled darkly. Flashlight peered into the deep darkness and the dark shivered. Flashlight scowled. A woodsman came with an axe. The woodsman's teeth screamed. Flashlight screamed too and was cut in half. Blood mixed with the darkness, a dark blend. Pistol looked at Flashlight in shock. There was nowhere to run, he realized, but he ran anyway. He ran into the deep dark of the woods. The woodsman rattled behind him, bouncing through the trees. Pistol knew it had nowhere to run. Pistol drew his pistol and turned to face his death. The woodsman emerged and Pistol opened fire. Pistol's pistol flashed in the dark night, once, twice, thrice. The woodsman fell with a clatter. Pistol breathed in and out, in and out. Pistol looked at each tree, in and out. He was safe. Pistol grabbed the woodsman's axe and plugged it into his pistol to charge it. He went to check out Flashlight. Pistol checked each half of Flashlight. She was dead and he knew it. Pistol screamed at the trees. The trees screamed back. Did you not understand what just happened? I'm pretty sure the one about the woodsman is a direct riff off of one of the notes from Alan Wake 1. Near the beginning of the game. I feel like it's heavily based off of that. My motorcycle is a werewolf too. Wouldn't that be something if that whole DLC was based off of the ATD?
I had a thought today. A possible avenue for further research.
Thanks, Lizzie.
When we think of art successfully affecting reality, we always think of Alan Wake and his writing. This could be due to recency bias or simply the amount of recorded evidence skewing our opinion. But also, I wonder if writing's very nature is an advantage. Text can describe events in such explicit detail. The story gives the shadow a, how you say, blueprint. A map
Comprehensibility B.
What to make real. But not all art is like this. Music, sculpture, dance, cuisine. In our case, a painting. When the source material is open to interpretation, how will the shadow choose to interpret it? I think Diana will find the question very interesting. Most likely, she already has an answer. That's why I love her.
Oh. Before the crack opened and the water came in. Yeah. Reload. Now, I think there are enemies here that we're still yet to defeat. Yeah, here they are. What is that on their head? Oh, they're masks. Okay.
Bloodwater pressed another down.
Did it? Okay, we're gonna wait for them to come to me. I'm not gonna chase after them. If we bide our time, they'll come here eventually. You'd hope. Well... Okay. That was funny. He just skidded around like he's on ice. The brother loves new. He's zooming. Really? Security 3? Oh, whatever. I really understand why the Flash's enemies hate him. Yeah, I think this is all new here, isn't it? This is where that lady was when we first came in and we looked at her, didn't we, through the wall, for the wall. Readings report, threshold activity. Readings collected over the past 48 hours show a rising increase in activity stemming from the Cauldron Lake threshold, likely indicating an imminent AWE scenario. The highest recorded reading exceeded the safety limit, necessitating a general alert and requesting assistance from the assigned AWE response team. However, no alert or contact with external teams has been made. Per the recent amends to this procedure, as specified, the monitoring team have taken no action until sign-off from either Dr. Marmont or Dr. Marmont has been received. Considering the rate of escalation that recent data indicates, the monitoring team strongly recommended the AWE response team be contacted immediately. Signed, Harris Gruss, Lead Threshold Analyst. There is another door over here that we need to go look at. By the way, hello to the YouTube chat. I can see you over there, Johnny. For anyone else watching on YouTube, I can see you guys now, so you don't have to lurk. I encourage you to lurk, though, because it's what I do when I watch streams. But if you're thinking, he never reads YouTube chat, well, now I can. I've got all of the means in place to be able to actually chat with you guys now. So, yeah.
My team was on sublevel 1.
Hello, YouTube.
I knew they were in danger.
Okay, let's go use this, and we'll go to number 1. Andy, you need to let it go. YouTube chat doesn't exist. It does!
The Marmonts turned innocent people into tools using the FBC's authority.
Scrambled love.
They thought they were untouchable out here, hidden away in the woods. No. Actions have consequences.
Now YouTube can call him Unk with us? Oh, I hate this. Oh, they're getting absolutely massacred.
Sublevel 1.
You chill? Hey! Now that was horrible.
Fucking bastard.
That was definitely Jules, wasn't it?
Marmont killed my team. He was taken by the shadow.
Yeah! Forgot about these guys. Jesus. Completely forgot about these.
While I'm up here.
Yeah, you're screwed now, aren't you, buddy? Can't come in here. She also said, hey, you bastard. I mean, good. Good. Hey, I'm glad it's catching on. Rymaz, no, you can show it. Dan Clancy
Not very scientific.
has verbatim said it's cool.
I run the lake house. This is my facility. Mine! You cannot just walk in here for 1 week, make some speeches, and then fly back to New York. Espèce de crétin, prétentieux. The jackass thinks he's a fucking rock star. And he made fun of the name. Oh, the Shadow. The Shadow is good. It's evocative. He is just a jealous, spoiled little child. And I will make it so everyone can see this. I will make it so no one even remembers his name.
I see you, Kendra.
Tous ces imbéciles là, hein? They all think I am a pencil pusher. They think I do not have the mind for such work. Eh bien, ils verront. Ils verront! I will take what they think is possible. But I will break it.
What if Expedition 33 is just another offshoot of the Remedyverse? You know? Everything checks out. Yeah, to the experiment site on sub-level 5. Find a way to get the gun by exploring the facility. Well, I should now be able to get in there with my new security clearance card. Guys, this is what we're going to do. We're just going to run over there. And I'm going to dodge these guys with such skill. Ready? See? Look at that. Didn't stand a chance. I need to move the thing. Oh, you idiot. Oh, you complete and utter tit. Bonjour! I'm here to provide credibility to Kendra's statement. She's... no, I do... what, Neon Phoenix? Un petit pois. Un petit... bastard. Watch the sick dodge. Dodge. Ah, okay, I didn't do very well. All right, they're kind of clawing me in half at the moment. That's not very kosher. Everything's under control. They don't scare me. Boom. Now, if I shut the door, they can't follow me in because they don't have opposable thumbs. Easy. Je m'appelle, je suis, poopy à la panty. Progress update number 5. Got the firing mechanism working. It's storing the test projectiles a good distance. Turned out pretty nicely. The fittings between the grenade launcher and custom components are a bit loose. No proper lathe here, but at least it works. Now I need some actual black rock for the tests. I know there's some on sub-level 5, but the acting inventory supervisor doesn't get access to that floor. Okay. Judge is dying of cringe? No, he's not. I've been taking Duolingo courses for a year, guys. I know what I'm talking about. Okay. Oh, now I need to find the bloody password. Any numbers on here? Nope. Okay. Maybe something here?
There was a crack in the lake house. The Marmonts had let the lake in, but the water could not flow. It became trapped.
Je suis onk. Je suis onk.
The truth was controlled here. The art was not art, just content for the experiment. The contrived overlap rebounded on itself, compressing, compounding, reflecting, and refracting. An urban legend and a murder in constant imbalance, cause and effect hopelessly entangled. Arranged wrong, the dream logic flawed. The feedback loop doubled and redoubled, out of control. The pressure kept building, looking for a release.
Okay. I'm guessing I can now open this from this side? Yes. Again, we're looking for a password. Did I just see something light up? Did that definitely had an F icon there, no? Yeah, look. Is that a bug? Is it because that's where the power core was and it's like whatever.
Bingo. That key card's gonna get me to sub-level 5.
Okay. Let's something related now. Run Blackrock down. Next steps. Weapon test using Blackrock powder. Need to think up more applications for Blackrock now. There was a research OH. Ohio had lots of ideas like this. Okay. Well, we know of a couple locations we can go back to, but what's... Oh, there's the gun. Okay, so we'll grab that. Okay. Oh, and that's where the card was.
This should get me down to sub-level 5.
I completely missed that.
And this should get me past any other problems.
I wonder if I can use this on the painted creatures outside. Charge the Blackrock launcher by holding down left click. Charged shots go farther and deal more damage on impact. Okay. But I needed to find the password for this. Oh, it literally says it's there. 021219. 021219. Pi Day. We've read that one. Sensitivity reminder. Read that one. Attention. Read that one. Reassignment. Hello, Carla. I've decided to reassign you from Project Realmness to inventory management. Your title will be changed from senior researcher to acting inventory supervisor effective immediately. You may find this change sudden, but I have no doubt someone with a nut allergy like yourself will prefer to work alone in the inventory booth than out in the open where any dangerous spies may be awaiting to hurt you. Perhaps some hard work will be, keep you from making any more unfounded HR complaints. Signed, Dr. Jules, co-head of research. I don't think this is gonna work on the painted fellas. I can try though.
Okay, Blackrock powder.
But I don't have much ammunition. Let's try it.
Finally! Something works on these bastards.
Okay, it does work on them. But do they respawn? Because they seem to be just, like, emerging out of the paint. I don't know if that's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. That is cool, though. I like that a lot. It reminds me of when I got the alien ray gun in Fallout 3. It just feels so different from anything else you have access to. Oh. Well. Hold on. Where's my elevator gone? Allow me to go back. I'm guessing I need to flick a switch over here. Let's see. Oh, I can't even do anything with it. Okay. Unless the elevator has moved. Oh, it's behind there. That makes sense. Hey! Thank you very much, Kendra, for the super sticker. Look at that. Oh, no, wait. If we go here, look, we can see it. Come with me. Look. Kendra sent a super sticker. Thank you, Kendra, for the super sticker. Look at that. Wow. Thank you, Kendra. I'm glad that works. That isn't something I can necessarily test in my own time, so seeing that it actually works is super satisfying. Okay, on the assumption we're not going to run into any more painted fellas because we've killed the both of them on here, let's just make our way directly on over to the elevator, shall we? The burning... Okay, they do come back, but I can probably get away without having to kill this one if I run inside quickly. Security clearance 3. There we go. The burning transition thing is something which is quite old, actually. But I've had it disabled for a while.
Into a hostile, paranatural entity. That made everything simpler.
I probably should have gone back to floor 3.
Paperwork. I could put him down like the monster he was.
Sir, please hold.
This is not level 4.
Hello?
The Marmonts were holding a painter here. Rudolph Lane. Does that ring a bell?
The shame of a man.
I think you are Rudolph Lane.
I think you are, or were, Rudolph Lane.
Himself, a self-portrait, make them see.
Look, I might be able to help you, but I need information, cooperation.
No brush, just himself.
Kendra, I don't know if that'll still show. It's gone. Kendra, thank you for the £50 super chat. Thank you very much, Kendra.
He's dying. Both murderer.
That is ridiculously kind of you.
Red hues ran down his hands. Was it scarlet? Or cadmium? Too vivid to be maroon. Names don't matter, he decided. Color was pure. Inspiring. For the first time in years, he wanted to paint. A self-portrait. To say goodbye. No. To make them remember. To make them see what they did, he slapped his hands against the wall to steady himself. He began from there.
No brush,
No
just
brush.
himself.
Just himself. The strokes were crude, violent. The pain, misery, and hate he'd endured there. The fire in his eyes and hands and bones all spread into the shape of a man. It was quick. Natural. Like a heart attack. He slumped down to the floor, smiling at the anger he left smeared across the wall.
Genuinely, what a haunting image. Did I not ask during the base game of Alan Wake 2, you know, what happened to the other denizens of the clinic? Never did I think that we'd be getting a reintroduction to Rudolph Lane in the way we have. There's not been many screams make some time. There's been a couple, but it's not been as scary as I thought it was going to be. I feel like I shouldn't have said that, and now I am going to begin screaming. Okay. No notes. That feels good. That makes a change.
Nice office.
God, this really does just feel like one big wing of the oldest house now, doesn't it? Like, for a minute, I have had to remind myself I'm playing Alan Wake 2. This does feel like, in many ways, a stripped-back version of Control, which I think is obviously the intention, right? But, like, just being in these environments is messing with my brain a little bit. Now, if we're dealing with the painted fellas, then I'll, of course, need to get my brand new Black Rock gun out. Otherwise, we're fine to run around with the pistol. How much shotgun ammo do I have? You know what? Let's make most of the shotgun. Oh. Nope, we're good. I do feel like I've got a new lease of... I feel like I've got a new lease of life. Like, I really don't think there's much in the game that can faze me now. I've evolved. I've digivolved. I would like some more ammunition for that gun, though. That is, you know, if I'm gonna use it willy-nilly like I currently am, I'm gonna want more.
Sat in her office. A weak desk light kept the darkness around her at bay.
Thank you,
The silence
Sign.
of the archive suited her. She scowled at a series of graphs when the room turned red. Alarms blared. Breach detected. Then the walls of the archives rumbled. A tremor in the bones of the facility. One by one, the red lights went dark as a wave of nothing poured in from all sides. Diana stood, but there was nowhere to run. The sheer depth of the darkness terrified her. She realized they had done this. Her and Jules. Their ambition. Their hatred. Her desk lamp flickered. In the brief moment before it all went dark, she thought of Jules' smile.
Yeah, I've seen it now. Sorry. I'm in the multi-chat and it doesn't have pinned comments. So I missed it. I don't know. I probably won't start Trails tomorrow if I'm... well, by tomorrow, I mean Thursday, at this rate, if I do have more game to play. Like, I wouldn't start a stream with Alan Wake 2 and then end with Trails. We'd probably do, maybe, you know, we'd do some, you know, more Alan Wake stuff, look into this document that Gotten's mentioned. More coffee. Come back here. Look at this document that Gotten's mentioned. And then probably have some community-based fun. I cannot aim this to save my life. There we go. Losing the will to live here. I cannot finish the guy off. Okay, there he is. Where's the one that's running around and pissing me off? Like, these enemies are more annoying than anything else. There you go. Minecraft server tour tomorrow? Well, maybe Thursday. But no, I want to begin the day with Trails. I don't want to, you know, and I'm not saying for Thursday, but when I do play Trails, I don't want it to be like a, hey, we've got 2 hours left. Let's play Trails. Like, I want to be able to look forward to it. I want people to be able to make it like an event of sorts. You know, like Friday we start Trails, you know. That's way more exciting than if you join in at approximately 4 o'clock on Thursday, there's a 50-50 chance that Trails will get played. Great, now I found myself down a dead end. Yabba dabba doo. Oh my god, hello. Am I dead? Oh, I'm just dead. Oh, that was... I have nothing to say to that. That's, if anything, it just feels annoying.
Come on.
Like, it kind of came out of nowhere. Rip to my neck, thanks. Okay. Well, we know one spawns here. Well, it should do. Okay. Then we know we've got 2 enemies over here. I'm going to need to interact with an interactable first. We should be able to get back there pretty quick now that we know what's coming. So we've got a couple of enemies coming up. Here's Alan's note. And then we'll move down here. I'll go to the pistol. They should be just through here. There's one. We'll get the shotgun ready for the hammer guy. Then we'll get the pistol for this one. Wait for them to come back. Yeah, whatever. I think you might hit a new PB on this split. So the enemy that we ran into was just around here. And I'll be honest, it did feel like a kind of cheesy death. You're welcome to disagree or whatever, but like we were here. We opened this. And then they spawned here. What is that? Right. How are you supposed to dodge that? Thank you for agreeing with me. I can see if it spawns earlier. Have more HP? I mean, sure. Hold on, I haven't found a way to blame you yet. Guys, he might not be able to finish this today. You don't say. You don't say. I mean, hey, look, in my defense, I'm blaming this on the game. Is there a connection between Ark coming to life and it being an expert and choking? There's something there. We can explore that further. Its spawn point is on the other side of the wall. So do you think if I were to go to that side of the wall, wait long enough, I can maybe get it to spawn there? We'll try that. We can try that. Okay, I'm just going to use the shotgun here to make this a bit faster. He says... That one that zoomed kind of threw me off for a loop. Okay, go back to this. Okay, so you think they spawn on this side? Because their spawn point would be, bear with me, here. That should be where they spawn. Right, because I'm going down this corridor here. No? They're not spawning. We've had another spawn, but that's not the one we were expecting. Well, I just won't go down that corridor, I think is the answer. Get to the experiment site on sub-level 5.
Guess something isn't right.
Music.
It might be best to fill the test.
Okay. Follow-up report, Redacted. On the morning of Redacted, the musician held at the lake house for research purposes was discovered missing from her cell. Security footage of the cell from the night before was damaged by electrical interference of an undetermined nature. Redacted, known professionally as Redacted, has produced a song called 6 Deep Breaths during her time at the lake house that was considered very promising. Didn't we take 6 deep breaths earlier? Anyway, during her time at the lake house, that was considered very promising as research material by Dr. Marmont and Dr. Marmont. Redacted somehow used her song to orchestrate her escape. Efforts to find Redacted were brief, with any wider search considered an unacceptable risk to the lake house's mandate and confidentiality. An investigation is currently ongoing as to whether any staff at the lake house were involved in the disappearance of Redacted. An investigation is currently ongoing as to whether the subject used the song they created as a redacted means of escape. All material related to and work produced by Redacted will be stored in the archive for future reference. Online checks for the public reappearance of Redacted are to be performed weekly. Known web addresses associated with Redacted in the past, known addresses with para-utilitarian and AW activity, Redacted, thishouseofdreams.blogspot.com, Redacted, sirensociety.io, Redacted, Blessed, okay, Blessed Pictures, Redacted. For the up-to-date full list, refer to Redacted. Okay. We will visit, if we're going to be doing some finishing up tomorrow with Alan Wake stuff, we'll look at Siren Society and this House of Dreams tomorrow then. We are aware of the House of Dreams from Control. Project Arbitus 2016. Dr. Diana Marmont, sorry. To truly comprehend the threshold within Cauldron Lake, we must first understand its attraction to art. However, even the definition of art is as varied as the range of crafts that fall under the name. To that end, we must open a track of research dedicated to defining and quantifying art, ultimately rendering the concept into a unit of measurement. To begin, let's not try to understand humanity's definition of art, but rather Cauldron Lake's preferences. Past cases of Cauldron Lake's threshold affecting reality have centered on writing, Wake 2010. Cinematography is also suspected, though not confirmed, Zane, which goes into the idea that, according to them, Zane was a cinematographer, a videographer, when in fact he was a poet, but changed his own reality to that of Thomas Zane from Finland. Okay. What about other mediums? We will need to test the viability of painting, poetry, music, photography, sculpting, dance, and so on. Not to mention the myriad of genres or methods within each medium. And what about crafts outside of the most common artistic expressions? Does any act of creation on a high level of expertise merit the title of art? Baking, woodworking, what about non-physical mediums? Why is music an art and philosophy is not? Does something become art due to its medium, its quality, or perhaps simply through the intent of expression, or an equation made up of all three? What would be the order of importance? What thresholds must each factor reach for the equation to succeed? So are we under the assumption then that Estevez was once housed here, and Estevez in and of herself a para-utilitarian capable of creating and altering, you know, life around her through a medium of song? And
the Marmont's ambitions had finally been realized.
I'm completely off the deep
Jules
end.
had dangled
So
the
good.
painting like a lure and hooked an ocean. Their machines couldn't hold it. A fault in the system. The water rushed in, filled it until it was ready to burst. All their successes and failures had led them here. The work had made them
Thursday,
into
yes,
monsters.
sorry.
But the lake house was still theirs. It always would be. They could feel an outsider trespassing in their labs. I know you're here, they called out to the dark. They hunted floor by floor. They wouldn't let the intruders stop their progress. This was their home. Their beloved tomb beneath the waves.
Okay. And then we need a password, which 685298. 685298. Okay. Letter from Darling 5 years ago. Diana! I just received a letter from Darling about a request you made to bring in live subjects. What were you thinking? Do you know how that looks? What did he say? Was it approved? No, he refused. You know, protocol does not allow this sort of thing. And he says he will be making a trip to the lake house to check in on us soon. Like we are children. This is very bad for our reputation, Diana. Please, if you have an idea like this, come to me first. Diana, this is, 4.5 years later. Considering the details on the new page we have found, I believe we need to abandon the research into Alan Wake's writing. We must not endanger our staff. Don't pretend like you're worried about them, Jules. You're just looking out for your own ass. The fact that the pages are detailing future events means they are the correct method. We have to learn how to harness their power and dictate events to meet our goals, not Wake's, whatever those may be. The ATDs are producing better and better results. We just need to keep doing the work. No, Diana, I'm looking at the page right now. Constant imbalance, out of control, a crack in the lake house. If we continue with this research, we will lose our facility. Perhaps more than that. What is the point in succeeding if we are dead? I'm the head of research here, and I forbid you from proceeding. I can't forbid anything. You're not going to keep me from the most important work of my life. If you're too much of a coward to keep pushing ahead, then I'll finish what we set out to do here alone. We have plenty of ongoing lines of research. I suggest you pick one and leave Wake's writing to me. You always needed me more than I needed you. Hello, Dr. Marmont, 2 days ago. I received your formal complaint about Jules's behavior. You claim he is maliciously keeping research material away from your team, but he says that they have simply been misplaced. I understand you are frustrated, but I recommend giving his team a week or so to find the pages and return them to your team. If the issue persists at this point, then let's discuss your desire to escalate this issue. Does that sound agreeable? Signed, Harry Kingston, Facility Administrator. Okay. And then can we even go much further this way? Because it seems like we can't. That to me seems like a really clear cutoff point. Yeah. Back we go. Andy, wait, Python, what's up? What's up, buddy? Coach Man, all good, buddy. I'll probably be wrapping up momentarily anyway. Yeah, I never clicked on the recorder here. Here we go.
September 13th, 2023. Notes regarding the concept of the tortured artist. A romanticized image of the sensitive artistic temperament, yes. But there may be truth in the cliche. It's no secret Rudolph Lane has been unhappy here for years. But the aggregate data shows his art's viability score trending upward over time. If Jules hadn't neglected to hold regular psychological exams, then we could have quantified the subject's emotional state, creating a sort of distress rating to compare against the art score. I'll make this a sub-goal of my study of Edward Booker. Once we set the variables and establish control reading of his art and mental state, then we can begin inducing negative emotion. Limited food and water, perhaps. An increasingly tight living space. Mrs. Archer has lost his subject, though.
Clock stopped.
Need to be careful not to leave any sharp objects in Booker's cell.
Okay. Dr. Diana Mormont. Okay, so if we look at the map, we're down here in Dr. Marmont's office. We've got POI over there, hand flare there, shifting geometry bullshit. POI there, which we've already looked at. So if we're to try and get to... If we're to try and find our way to the experiment chamber, the test subject place, my guess is we need to go back through the shifting geometry until we get ejected into an area where we can actually reach that. Is my personal read on the situation. Like, this has all changed now for us to allow us to run directly back here. Which is strange in and of itself, isn't it? Wait! I'm waiting. Well, I'm kind of not waiting. I've come up here to look out.
Geometry. Yeah. Great.
Yeah. Go back? This seems like a little bit of sack beating. If you save and quit, you could find it next time anyway. We're gonna probably wrap up some stuff tomorrow anyway, unless like we're real close to the end. Bloody hell. Didn't enjoy that.
Experiment tomorrow. I can't find the details anywhere. That bastard is hiding them. All those years, he steals credit from my ideas and my work, and now he's scared of being plagiarized?
Style.
Oh, that is really fucking rich, Jules. Oh, and he's reportedly misplaced the manuscript pages I need for my work. Suddenly, the exact pages that I need to reference have just vanished. He is actively impeding critical bureau research. I mean, if he can do that, then what is stopping me from going down to that lab? And I don't know, just inverting the amplifiers or misaligning the receivers or both. It's the same thing in principle.
And then it'll loop again.
The lab. Some big experiment tomorrow. I can't find the details anywhere.
Why is there an option to save? I'm assuming it's saved. Guys, we'll finish off this DLC tomorrow, because otherwise I'd be going over according to, well, Gotten said I'd be going over quite a bit. What we'll do is we'll wrap up the game tomorrow, and then we'll have a deep dive into Thursday. Sorry, next stream. Sorry, I'm being pretty shit with my terminology here. Allow me to get my lights back on. We'll wrap up the game Thursday. There we go. Wrap up the game Thursday. We'll watch the Control 2 trailer. We'll chat about the Remedyverse and theories for the future. And then, if possible, we can squeeze in a little. Oliver, let me unpause alerts. Oliver, yeah.
Breaks the law on my watch.
Hi, I just got here, right at the start of stream. Next sub will be coming to you from the USA, indeed, fear.
Hey, Holly, there we go. Holly, thank you very much for the 64 months. Can we please get some love and chat for the hey, Oliver. Hey, Oliver, thank you very much. You've arrived at the end, Oliver, annoyingly. I gotta go. So yeah, a bit of Herald of Darkness as a treat. Mayhaps. Let me exit the main menu. I'm assuming the game is saved. There we go. We'll be back, guys, Thursday. We're going to wrap up the game, chat about the Remedyverse, watch the Control 2 trailer. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I really enjoyed that. That was good. This fits very well. 2 hours ago, we did get a new look at Control 2. Ooh, nice. I'm still completely spoiler-free. Completely spoiler-free. I know nothing about it. Anyway. Guys. Friday begins Trails in the Sky. Thursday, we conclude the Remedyverse until Control 2. Tomorrow, I look after my son and do loads of work for YouTube. So yeah. Warframe Dev Short is live? Oh, brilliant. I'll probably watch that later. Well, the VOD of it. You know what I mean. Anyway. I love and adore you all. Let me say goodbye to your wonderful faces because I am desperate to go get some dinner. I'm so hungry. Goodbye to Judge, Risque, Bumblebone, Seeker Raylex, Hiss, Lizard, Dakin, Shadowclaw, Raylex again, Capitan, Make Some Time, Dynon, Dice, Neon Phoenix, Lammoa, MP004, Elderly Sign, Lexi. Thank you, Lexi, for scaring me. I knew it would happen. Inevitable Choice, Hiss, Lammoa. Hey, Oliver again. Thank you, Oliver. Asik, and good luck with the move, Oliver. I cannot believe it's happening. Sand, August, Amalthea, Ambrew, Takens, Mr. Gabs. I'm glad work has hopefully gone well for you, sir. Kendra, thank you again for the support earlier, Kendra. I may have to leverage that and maybe get takeaway tonight. Maybe. Kind of fancying it. So thank you, Kendra. Lexi, it'll take some time with all of the previously locked doors and stuff, plus Control 2. Yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to get a full stream out of it. Johnny Weedy, Lady Bahamut, Isadoriana, Dathon, Sand again, Donington, Augustus97, Kendra on the YouTube, Yofel, Raven, Python, Mazira, Dakins again, August Solaris, Dream Girly, August again, Gayada Gotten, Dakins, guys, love you all. I will see you on Thursday. For now, it's dinner time. Fairly well, everybody. Fairly well.